that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. Make sure you hit the like button as you're coming in. Today is 3/7/2024. Obviously, fun size. It's nice to see you, Cassie. Nice to see you as you're coming in. Summy time. Nice to see you, Carol. How you doing today? I was gonna say this evening, but yeah, this evening. It feels like morning to me. Shally, nice to see you. Nice to see you in the stream. Texas veteran. Nice to see you. Eli's mama. They already had Maddie's funeral. They're saying that also. I heard she was cremated. I don't know where that was seen or found, but we'll get to that during the stream. Thank you. I appreciate that, Kimberly. I appreciate it. I add some suspense, right? Because today's show, it'll be a good show like usual. And we're going to talk about this case, why there's no charges. Why have they not pushed forward and put any charges out? Again, we get that there's an investigation going on, but we know for a fact that Steven Stearns is involved in this. He did something. He hurt Maddie, point blank, period. We know that for a fact, right? But what we don't know is if the mother is involved, allegedly. That's what we don't know. We all think, and we're leaning towards yes, with mom being involved, but we do not know if mom is fully involved yet. We know that they're probably investigating it fully right now behind the scenes. But again, if you're coming in, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you turn on the notification bell if you're new to the channel. Also, make sure you have your phone lines ready if you're ready to call in. I know a lot of you still have a lot of stuff you want to say. I've seen a lot of the text messages. There's a lot of voicemails. But if you want to get through on today's show, just stick by. We'll be on for a while today. I think we'll do a good 6 to 7 hours, maybe 8. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Your documentary was so good. You did a great job. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. I dropped it. It's up there now. It will drop to the public Sunday. So for the rest of the public, the people who've seen that docuseries that I put out today, or should I say this morning, but again, today on Summer Wells, it was all in one, 3 stories in one. Summer Wells, Quentin Simon, and Harmony Montgomery. So if you want to see that docuseries, I ended up dropping it yesterday. It will go live Sunday for everybody else. So shout out to everybody who is checking that out. Thank you for the compliment on that. I appreciate you. Nice to see you, Zoe. Lexi Texi, nice to see you. Hey, T-REV and Rev Game family. Thank you for everybody coming by. Let's go. Let's get started. Let's get started. He said echo. Are we good? No echo? We should be good. Hopefully. What's going on? Dina, nice to see you. I'm gonna dive into this though right away.
We're gonna talk about a story. You're gonna get angry. I mean, everyone's angry about this one. It's beyond the pale of what should happen to a young girl.
See, that's that. And where did you hear that at? Where did you hear that at? Because I just woke up a little bit ago, right? When I woke up, I look in Discord just to see what everybody's saying and say hi to everybody as soon as I wake up every day. This is just part of my normal routine. As soon as I wake up, I check Discord. I see what's going on. I see what people are talking about. I say hi to everybody or stop in and throw a GIF just to let everybody know I'm awake or whatever. And that, we'll probably be doing some stuff soon, but that's my daily routine. As soon as I went into Discord, I opened it, and I didn't check anything on this story at this point. But when I cracked it, I seen a few people talking about her being cremated. And I'm like, what? What do you mean cremated? She's already had a funeral. What's going on? Cassie says, I want to take a second to say, I hope you're doing well yourself. T, stay true to yourself, or stay true to your strong self. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Cassie. It really is an infuriating, or yeah, no doubt. It is. This case is infuriating. Straight up. It'll, I don't know. It just pisses you off when you think about another grown man. For me, when I'm thinking about it, another grown man doing what he did, recording photos and videos, like it's absolutely disgust. It was a great documentary. Thank you, Ocean Girl. I appreciate the compliment. I read I read every comment on there so far. Thank you guys for all of your compliments. I appreciate it.
We're talking about Madeline Soto. This was her 13th birthday on the 25th of February.
Thank you, Jennifer.
She went missing the next day. Birthday party, 25th, missing the next day. Now, there's a suspect in all of this. He's in custody, but he's not charged with murder.
You know what?
He's not charged with abducting her.
Let's do this.
He's charged for what was found on his phone. Explicit images.
How do you say what? She was cremated? What the hell? I believe her funeral was last Saturday. How do I send you an email? Exclamation point, email in the chat. You'll be able to get a hold of me. Or you can call in too.
Horrific
I'm
images.
opening the lines. Matter of fact, we're going to do it like this. We'll watch clips. We'll watch different things, but I'm going to open the lines right away. 219-885-9693. I want to hear from the people. Because I know a lot of you have been trying to get through. You've been trying to get through every single day. Good evening, everyone. What's going on here for the truth? Nice to see you. Polly Pepper. Wow, that's early for her body to be released. It's a rumor, right? Let's make that. Thank you, all things, for putting the red flags. It's a rumor. Let's leave that right there. Let's bring that to the floor right now. This is a complete rumor, 100%. I have not seen one article, which is why I took a minute to come online, because I wanted to go and look. So I'm glad that you pointed out that is a complete rumor that she has been cremated, because I could not find nothing to corroborate her being cremated. 302, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, it's Tammy Stubbs. I'm Tammy number 2.
How you doing, Tammy?
Good, how are you?
I'm hanging in there.
I'm glad I actually got to go through.
Yep, first one. You got through right away.
Yeah. I seen on, what do you call it? JRL. He said that the Steven or Stefan guy, whatever he is, he was arrested and mom's in hiding.
Mom's in hiding, like hiding from the police, or?
That's what his caption said. I don't know, on his YouTube.
Yeah, but I feel like this though. If mom was really in hiding, I feel like the police would have came to the public and been like, "We're looking for Jen Soto. She ran away." You know what I mean? If she was hiding,
that's what he. And you know, JLR, he always gets everything.
I'm just curious if she is. Personally, I have no idea, because the police aren't saying anything. The only thing that we do know, again, is back to that interview that we seen 2 days ago, or not the interview, but what was put out by WFTV.
Right.
You know?
The whole thing is just sad.
It is. Absolutely 100%. Super sad.
You know, I look at it like this: if people don't want their children, you know what I mean, give them to people who actually care. You don't have to go and, you know, kill them, or especially if you know that he's got suspicious ways or that kind of thing. Why are you letting your children even around them?
I mean, that's a good question. And also, maybe he just didn't show any signs of that. But I don't know. Again, we weren't in that household, so it's like hard to tell. But again, and when I think about, like, if at first, if you didn't see no signs, okay, I get that. But as something is going on, is all the way back as early as 2022, no signs shown whatsoever to nobody in the family. I don't, not mom, not whoever, grandma, maybe
Exactly.
biological dad.
Right.
No signs whatsoever.
Right.
I
Because
don't
a
know.
creep or a predator or something, they're just like leopards. They're going to show their spots. It's a
Yeah,
matter of time, you know?
they are throwing
It's
each
just,
other under the bus. That's okay. Indie girl, that actually sounds like something that could be going on right now behind the scenes. Allegedly.
but I listen to you all the time. I try to get through, and you didn't hang up on me this time.
Maybe I've answered before. If I don't hear nobody talk within like 5 to 6 seconds, I'll usually just go on, hit the next, but I'll try to be like, hello, hello. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Sometimes it's like
But
when I answer and I'm saying hello, nobody says anything. So I'll just answer the next call.
no, we were on, I forget what show it was, but you hit the button by accident.
Oh my God.
But
Yeah, that's crazy.
no, you're awesome. I thank you for everything that you do. And, I look forward to my little notifications to when you come on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, before we weren't on that much. Like I wasn't on that much for a little while, but I mean, you know how it goes.
I found you with Cavalcante. That's how I found you. And then ever since I've been watching you, I've been a faithful member.
I appreciate that, Tammy. And I see you in chat, obviously, Tammy number 2. I see you there all the time. So I'm always reading your comments also.
Oh, good.
The
That's
lack
why I'm
of
like, I never see
information
you
is so
come up.
frustrating, right? Yeah, I agree with you off the record. 100%. That is frustrating. I mean, we only are getting what they wanted let out, which is the PCA against what they originally arrested him for to hold him, but I don't get why there's not murder charges yet. I don't get why
Right.
there's no paperwork for us to look at yet, in regards of Madeline Soto, which is still making me believe, okay, maybe who said that before in chat? They said specifically that they're telling and pointing the finger at each other, and maybe that is what's going on. There is a lot of weird things that you see within that interview, and I actually more agree with the lady that we watched yesterday on Court TV who said she
Right.
put her career on the line. I actually more agree with her because that's what I seen the things, the red flags in my head. So I don't know, when
But you know
when you
what?
watch that interview and you hear it, just everything is as past tense. Like I've been making a
Right.
docuseries on this case, working on a docuseries and a script and putting things together, as far as this case. And the thing that I keep seeing and going back and reviewing over and over again is those interviews. And those interviews are it just doesn't seem like a grieving mom to me, allegedly.
Yes.
And I've seen
Yes.
so many different grieving moms over the last 15 years. As an avid true crime follower, but when I see her, it's like I'm sorry, I do feel like there's something completely wrong there, whether it be she's being abused or she was
Or she's hiding.
part of this
Right.
crime
Yeah.
whatsoever. I mean, those are the thoughts that I get when I'm looking at this. So, and I've been, like I said, I've been looking at cases for years since I was in my teens. I love true crime, so I mean, that's just
I just knew something was off right as soon as I seen her, like the interview, because I mean, I'm sorry, I have 2 grown adults, and God forbid if something was to happen to them, I'll be on the floor dying. Well, you know what I mean? Like no, they're my children are my life. I have 2 grandkids, they are my life. And you could tell just how they said, like, if they're not crying, okay, everybody grieves in different ways. I totally understand that. But if you're a parent and you know what I mean, you're just sitting there shaking. I could shake my leg too. I could shake it 5,000,000 times a minute, So
absolutely
it just something just it seems very, very off. Very off.
agreed. And that's the feeling that I get when I look at those interviews. And as I continue to build this docuseries that I'm making on this case, I just can't help but go back and watch those clips, and it doesn't sit right. So that's why I speculate that in this case right now, they're investigating mom, or I mean, what else is going on? Can anybody else put it together? What else are they doing? What are they waiting to charge this guy for? Why would they wait to charge him with murder if there wasn't another scenario or something to this case, another piece of the puzzle. I'm just saying,
Right.
you
Not
know.
only that, but it just the fact that, I mean, if you're allegedly gonna do something to your own child, then you have issues right then and there.
Oh, somebody said in chat the GoFundMe was canceled. I wonder why.
Canceled. I've seen that.
Why?
And where's the biological father at?
This is crazy. So I heard that he was traveling from Virginia or something. That's what I was being told.
Well, I'm not going to hold you. I'm going to let other people get through. But I thank you for taking my phone call.
They're building a huge. Oh, you're welcome, Tammy number 2. I'm gonna call you Tammy number 2 because there is Tammy's in chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. And again, we are following this case closely, and we will be on top of every update that comes out. Again, there's a lot of rumors out there, so watch out what you guys believe. Think for yourself. Don't let nobody, bully you into a corner to make you don't blame mom, or don't do this, or don't do. Have an open mind, look at everything just like the police would be. God bless you. Thank you for calling in, Tammy number 2. We appreciate you.
And lock your doors.
You too. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I appreciate her calling in. 219-885-9693. I'm just opening the lines right now because I got videos pulled up right here, even new ones, but I want to talk to y'all. You can watch videos all day long, but 423, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV.
What's going on?
Doug from Tennessee.
Doug from Tennessee. Always look forward to hearing from you, Doug. How's it going, brother?
It's going, man.
Yeah.
I believe these. What they're waiting on. These people were into child pornography. Man, making money off of it. And they're just waiting. They're just waiting to get all of them.
That's crazy. So, do you think that this is possibly connected to that Santa guy?
I believe it's all connected together, man. They all know what they're doing. Damn, they're sick. I still think they need to get a rope and just do away with them. They don't need 30 days and do away with them. Don't never give them another chance to do anything to any other children. Automatic death penalty, goodbye.
Automatic death.
And you got 30 days.
Right. Instead of 10 years and right. Meals for 10 years. And you know what I mean?
Yep. 30 days. You got 30 days. You did it. You got 30 days to make your peace with the God, because I'm sending you there.
Doug, I'm honestly with you on that. Some people, there's going to be some people that disagree, but when it comes to these sick, like I was saying yesterday, they don't need one strike or two. I mean, it should just be one strike. You get one strike. You fuck with kids and do that. You do sick stuff like this, then it should be, that's it. You're done for. And whether it's in a prison forever or whether it's the DP, you touch kids, you do anything sexually to kids, that's what should happen.
And go off of this, these shootings. You get one chance. I don't care if you're a child, whatever. You'll never get another chance to do it again. You'll be in prison the rest of your life, or DP, if you do a shooting. Like up there in Kansas City, they done that shooting. Either give them death penalty or life in prison.
Behavior penalty.
And they won't get another chance to do it again. And these people would stop. Oh man, I can't do that shooting, man. We might get the DP, or we might get life in prison. I ain't a 16-year-old. I've been there for a long time. But until they get the government to stop all this stuff and quit failing these children and letting these people out on anything, everything, on their own recognizance. You can rob a bank up in New York and get out on your own name and turn around and rob it again.
Wow.
And they'll let you out again. It's ridiculous. And these people don't care no more.
Well, I see they disabled the keep going, Doug.
There's no human love. There's no human love in this world anymore. None.
I feel like there isn't, and that's why I tell people love and light, man. You gotta You got to set your differences aside with people's opinions and different things or whatever problems you're finding. We need more love and light out here. Whether now fighting against evil is great, but fighting each other, that's what they want us to do. They want us to fight each other. They want us to,
And
they want this
that's exactly,
separation to be caused out here in the US, I feel like. And the only
and
way
that's
we can
exactly
break that
what
is
they're
coming
doing.
together, Doug.
That's what they're doing. We're fighting each other. Gangbangers are fighting each other for what? What do you get out of it? Nothing.
Not one
But
thing.
a heartache. You don't get nothing out of it. Maybe a corner on the street.
Mm-hmm.
And that ain't very good.
They can never be rehabilitated.
And I don't care if they say take guns, take guns. If you take guns from the normal people, the criminals are going to have the guns. And you're just going to be stuck with rocks and slingshots.
Right.
But man, I feel for this girl. I pray for her. And I just wish they'd do away with these people that do this. Do away with it. Because they cannot be rehabilitated. They cannot be done no other way. Do away with them. Don't give them no more chances. And if it happens, it would stop a lot of it. But T-Rex, I let some other callers call in.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed the show.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, Doug.
All right.
As always, we look forward to hearing from you. You have a good day, brother. Love and light. Life yours. Doug, good phone call. 219-885-9693. You said, is there anything new coming out? I don't know. That's what I don't know. But again, as the updates come through, we'll talk about them. Nothing that I've seen as far as multiple arrests coming. I'm thinking in my head that there's going to be multiple arrests coming. They're quiet. They announce arrest usually right away. 513, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are live. Help me make some sense of why there's no charges filed yet.
Okay, so my screen name on YouTube is All Things. You highlighted my comment earlier when I said it's rumors. There's so many rumors going around right now.
Agreed.
Which happens in every case. But in my opinion, what's going on, obviously police don't want to let all the information out. They always hold stuff back from the public. But I feel like what they're doing is doing a deep dive on mom's phone and on the girl's phone and maybe any like iPads and stuff like that, not just his phone. Like they initially got him locked up to get him put away off of the streets to not harm anyone else. But in the meantime, they're kind of deep diving, combing through to be able to find enough evidence and charges to stick on mom, as well as more evidence against him. And I feel like all the rumors and stuff, it's just hurting the case. Like in the public opinion, obviously they got to go by evidence in court, but like all these rumors that keep popping up, it only hurts cases. Like just with the media, everybody takes a rumor and runs with it, and it's so aggravating because it's like, wait, stop and just do some research before you go spreading what you hear.
Right.
I'm not saying you're doing that.
No. I hear what you're saying for sure, and I see a lot of it. I mean, a lot of it gets sent in, and I'll look at it. But if it's like even the cremation, like I don't know where that came from. Somebody said that she was cremated.
Yes, that was one of the things I was talking about with the rumors. It was like, hold on, just before you go type in that comment, look real quick. It just takes 2 seconds really to do a small check on stuff like that. But
agreed.
Yeah, I mean, with one of the callers, and I know she wasn't meaning anything wrong or anything like that, but a lot of these YouTubers will clickbait. So a certain channel that she mentioned earlier, she didn't say that she even watched what it said. I came across the same thing scrolling through YouTube earlier. I didn't click on it neither, but a lot of those titles they put on there, it's kind of a clickbait, like, oh, there might be something new in here, so
It's
let me watch this.
either I look at it like this. It's either a title that you are thinking of in your head or what you think is possibly coming, or yes, that
Exactly.
too. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how I can
But
just go based off how I do my title. So for instance,
no,
when you
yeah,
see
yeah.
mine, I specifically I let people know how I brainstorm. I don't even care. If I'm
Right,
thinking it,
right.
that's what I put.
Exactly.
That's just it.
Yeah.
If I'm thinking that, that's
But
what I put. So when people are coming in, they're like multiple arrests coming. I'm thinking that because it's taking so long, there's going to be another arrest. Which
right.
what
Oh
that would
yeah.
mean another arrest. So that's multiple people. That'd be two.
Exactly. Oh yeah. In my opinion, I really think that mom will be getting some charges as well. That's in my opinion, due to all the things that I've researched myself on top of, watching, creators and the evidence that they have talked about and everything. I don't know. I mean, none of us really do. I don't know if she directly was involved in her passing away, but I feel like she knows that stuff has been going on for years. That's how I feel about it. She knew this girl, there was things going on between the boyfriend, and that could have been why they broke up and got back together. I'm not trying to put rumors out there. This is just in my opinion.
Speculation. Yeah.
Exactly. And due to all of that, they may have even been arguing through text messages and stuff like that, which makes me think they're trying to compile all this evidence to prove that mom knew something was going on, didn't do anything to help. So there's some neglect charges they could be putting on her, and then potentially more if she was involved with everything else that had happened afterwards. But yeah, I just wanted to call in and say, hey, don't believe all the rumors, everybody, and just kind of right now, obviously they're not anything, so try not to jump to too many conclusions. It sucks that we, the public, don't know a lot and we want answers. We really do. But the most important thing is that dude is locked up right now and not harming another child. Like, that is the most important thing right now. But
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. Again, why are there no charges on this guy yet for the murder of Madeline Soto? Point blank. Period.
yeah, I mean, they got to come. That what they're doing though is they have to have rock solid evidence, and obviously, they got it. He's going to get charged with it for sure. They've already said on the CCTV they're pretty sure that she was already deceased when she was in that vehicle. I think they're just, in the meantime, they have to, in order for it to hold up in court, they have to have rock solid proof. They don't want to try a case that's going to end up getting thrown out. So I think everybody just sit back, hold on tight, because a lot more is coming, and I really feel like justice will prevail in this.
Yeah, I think so too. I think justice will prevail also. And I think that's what police are doing, is connecting dots, like you said. And that's what I've been speculating the whole time, is that, yeah, damn. Well, they came out with charges on Audrey Cunningham's, what's that dude's name? Stephen McDougal.
Oh,
They
yes.
came out fast with the charges on him
Quick.
though.
Yeah. They was on that quick. But also, like what the one guy was saying is,
Yeah, that's true.
and I don't think this is a trafficking situation, but isn't this in Florida?
Yes.
Because in Florida, they just came out just the other day. I watched a news press about where they had just arrested like 228 sex traffickers and saved 13 victims and a possible 50 more victims. So that was awesome. And it's the same state that she's in. So that could be why that caller was kind of connecting those dots.
You're
But I
talking
don't
about
think
the
this
you're
has
talking
to
about
do with
this the
that.
whole Santa shit where the guy killed himself or off, he offed himself or whatever, the son of the one guy.
No, this was what I seen was a press conference with the police. They were talking about how through all these resources they were able to find 228 sex traffickers in Florida and arrest them, get them off the streets. Thank God. That's 228 less people to have to worry about being out looking to snatch a kid up, But there was 13 victims that they saved in the process of that, and a potential 50 more victims that they prevented from being sex trafficked. But yeah, I think that could have been where he was connecting the dot to maybe it could have had something to do with trafficking.
Right.
But I don't think that has anything to do. I think it's
Yes,
just
I
because
would.
it's in the same state,
Right. Yeah.
and
I
it
mean,
just happened.
we'll see how it is. That's probably what it is. People connecting dots, but at the same time, we don't know until they make a connection either. So we can
Right.
assume all day long, but we need a fact to be able to say, yeah, that
Yes, I
is
do. Yeah,
connected.
I'll be
And
glad when that day comes.
I appreciate
But
you.
yeah, it's good talking to you.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm going to go so that way everybody else can call in.
No, you're good. I appreciate you. God bless you. I hope you have a good day. Make sure you lock
Thank
your
you.
doors.
You
And
too.
thank you for, speaking out and letting people know, hey,
Oh
just
yeah.
take a second to go take a look, because that's really what it is. All you got to do is type in on Google or open up a few different things. I mean, it may take you a couple minutes, but look it up, look
Right.
things up, see what you can connect. If you're not seeing it out there, then it's more than likely it's either a rumor, or
Someone's
and you got to wait
opinion.
for it to be, I mean, I hear things that come out. There's rumors that are true, but we got to be careful how we push them, because a lot of rumors are not true also. And that's the point
Exactly.
being made. Thank you. God bless you. I appreciate you. Thank you for being a voice of
All
the
right.
community.
Yeah.
Make sure you lock your doors and stay vigilant if you go out in public, because it's pretty wild out there right now in the world.
Oh yeah.
God bless her. I appreciate her calling in. If you want to call in just like her, it's 219-885-9693. Yes, the lines are open all day. You can see Stern's reflection in that glass in the birthday photo. Hold up. Interesting. Somebody sent the video in too, which I'm gonna play in 1 second. 609, what's on your mind? Talk to us. 609, can you hear me?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to answer.
No, you're good.
Hi.
You're good. You're good. You're on.
I'm Cheryl Whalen. I was the one that was wondering about the arresting. I just came in from work, and I just saw that, and I just didn't know if I missed anything. That's the only reason why I was asking.
Oh, no. You're not. No. You're not missing anything. You're not missing anything. What I feel like we're missing is, where's everything on paper? What was the full story? We want to know what happened to Madeline Soto. We want to know the story. We want to know the details. We want to know who was involved. We want to know if anybody else knew. There's a lot of stuff that we want to know as the public, because we're sick and tired of seeing these cases. I mean, let's look at the words on the screen here now, which is absolutely disgusting, and I'm about to turn the page.
Yeah.
But in general, I mean, it's insane. It's insane, the things that keep happening over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And a lot of the people that are offending or doing it have already had a strike on them. So it's like, are we going to keep giving these people 1 chance, 2 chance, 3 chance, 4 chance, so they can keep doing the same thing over and over again and ruining other families? So you ruin one family, there's another family, a third family, a fourth family. Because why? Because we don't want to make changes in our law. We're starting to see that you can't rehabilitate these people. I mean, it's been being said for years, but in general, that's just, the way I'm feeling about it. It needs to change.
Well, I'm a victim. I mean, I was really young. I was like 6 years old, probably for not 4 years, 5 years. But my thing is with as a single mom, I have twin girls that are 11, and my thing is, if you can't, until the system changes, until these people get put away for a long time like they should, and not just let out, I think people have to really establish boundaries when they meet somebody, whether it's a female partner, a male partner. You really, I believe that these these people, these perverts, they're not gonna waste their time. They're not gonna take too long with somebody. You know, if something's gonna be too hard, you know, usually people will move on to something that's easier. So when they're meeting people, you know, people will test you, see what they can get away with. Will she let me get away with giving her kid a bath? Will she let me get away with wiping her kid? Will she, you know what I mean? Little things like that, I think, are the kind of boundaries that people have to really be like, you have to really show your protectiveness. You know what I mean? Like, you have to, like, no, you know, because if you don't do that, I think when they see signs that, oh, she's willing to let me do this, and you know what I'm saying? I think then now you got somebody ready to camp out and plant his little, you know, he's planting himself there now because you gave him signs that you may be that type of person that he can get away with more. Whereas you were like, you know, in the beginning, established boundaries, like, no, nobody bathes my daughter. Nobody needs to wipe my daughter. Little, you know, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to be like, no, I'm not going to get anywhere with this person. They're going to move on. I mean, unfortunately, move on to, unfortunately, another kid, you know, another woman with children, but it's not your child. And if everybody can establish boundaries like that, that's more and more kids being protected. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you can't really rely on. But the reason why I called was, I know, you know, with the that St. Cloud suspect that unalived himself, he lived at 3326 Countryside View Drive. And if you Google map that address where the tire, where the that Stefan, whatever his name is, where he changed his tire, that address was like Hickory something road, Hickory Tree Road. When you Google like directions from both those, it's only like 9 miles or 9 minutes. Like, it's very close. And when that bus was a warrant, it was like January 19th, SWAT had a warrant issued, went to that house, and the one guy ended up unaliving himself. But what it was is, it was a St. Cloud father and son. They were SAing neighborhood kids. And when the cops ended up going through that house, they found several hard drives of videos in that home where they found a CP and images actually of was the guy that unalived himself in some of those videos. So because this Steven guy, like in the documents that you have up, I'm pretty sure there's other documents that show he has no money. Like, he has like nothing, like no income for anything. Where is he getting money from? I think, I mean, these perverts, they share. You can get a lot of money, I'm sure, for that kind of stuff. And I mean, these perverts share stuff together. Maybe what they found on them hard drives, I don't know, but I think they're connected. I know a lot of people are saying that, and you know, but that address from where he was, it's so close.
I gotta get that off the screen. My bad. I had to look over. That shit actually is very triggering when you look at the wording in that document. It really is.
But you want to know what? I mean, I know people don't.
Triggering.
I understand people not wanting to like think of things that are bad,
right?
Or be, we don't want to believe these things, but you know, you have to know, because if you don't know the horror of it, you're not going to care as much.
Exactly, and not only that, signs may go over your head. When you pay attention to these details and you look at these different things that come out and read these documents, yes, you may be triggered. I'm triggered, but I'm going to read every nook and cranny of that bad boy so we could also try to understand how did this happen, and where would be the first sign. It says August of 2022. This guy was, I'm not even going to say what it just said, but August of 2022, he was doing what he was doing.
Well, now he was charged with, when they found on his phone, she was 11 years old. So they added new charges because the first charges that they have was because she's 13, she's over 12. There must be something different with the type of charge but when they got on his phone and they saw that, whatever they saw, she was 11. They had evidence of her being 11 years old. So then they updated those charges to where they would be even more. But I think his phone had a lot on it. I mean, people can say, "Oh, he's smart," you know. These people are stupid when it comes to that kind of they can't control themselves. That's why there's no rehabilitating. I don't know why. I honestly don't know why they can't change. But I've not found anybody to be able to be like a whatever it is where you're better again. They can't. It's a sickness. And but the second thing because I have ADD, I only have a few minutes. Did you? I've noticed what people were talking about. I saw screenshot. No, I saw the mom when she had flyers of Maddie. She had flyers posted on her Instagram account. I have everything. Her Instagram account with her own phone number on it, right? And then she also posted in Hunter's, what is it called? A Hunter's Creek community page under her Jean Lissette. It's her picture. It's her post, and she has again her phone number. Please call me if you have information. But the thing with these two flyers that are from her, she has last seen wearing a green hoodie, white Crocs. And then the flyer, the Instagram flyer has, what's it have here? The Instagram flyer has last seen wearing a green hoodie, white Crocs. And I have screenshots of it. The reason why I'm bringing this up is I never saw the picture of the photo that was leaked. I've heard, we know that there was a photo leak of her body.
Somebody just sent me an email and has said, well, hold up, where is it at? I just had it pulled up. They said, here's the email I sent you before. The information is not that big of a deal, but I thought it was interesting that they found her daughter a day before her birthday. Also, the mom was a dog sitter as well. She changed her Facebook page name. We seen that yesterday. Not sure if you heard about that one, the Facebook group I send you. People post a lot of information on there in case you want to check it out. He said also, not sure if this is the proper email to send you this info. I found it on Facebook, but it was the only email I found on your page. Well, shout out to you. I got it, Jocelyn. And she said,
right?
She said,
I didn't
so apparently you said what?
I didn't send an email yet.
Oh, okay. Well, they said, she said apparently that Madeleine's mother was previously married to another man years ago. This man wasn't the biological father of Madeleine, allegedly. This is a whole different meaning, man. I was like, they divorced in 2017, but what caught my attention is that the mother's birthday is on March 2nd, 1988, a day after her daughter's body was found on March 1st of 2024. Isn't that crazy?
I did the dates too.
They said if she's guilty and she knew what was happening, her daughter's body being found a day after her birthday is like some type of karma. I'm still very conflicted about the mom. Is also crazy. Anyhow, below are the pictures and the marriage license, and I found on Facebook group link in case you want to share this information on your channel. Well, thank you for sending in the email. I seen it. I don't know. That's good speculation.
Well, the reason why I brought up the two flyers that the mom made was because when the photo was leaked, I never looked at it, but people are saying that she was wearing blue jeans. So why did the mom have two flyers of her missing daughter and not have any mention of pants? Because she said it in the interviews, black shorts, but in her, and I have the screenshots, it's not rumor. So why didn't she mention the pants? And then here we find out she's wearing blue jeans. Where did blue jeans? Blue jeans were never mentioned. So for me, it's just odd that she left it out. And both of her flyers that she made for her missing daughter, she had green shirt and white Crocs. No mention of pants. And then I think that leaked photo was like you said, like karma, like something. There was a reason for that photo that was leaked. So
we'll see how it pops up. Here's another one. Oh, this one's about Elijah View. Thank you. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Obviously, I appreciate everybody who calls in and has the courage.
Awesome. I love your songs.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate the support that you show too. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one. God bless, and you lock your doors.
Yep, absolutely. And be vigilant. So you gotta stay vigilant. 219-885-9693. Hold up. I'm looking at emails. There's some interesting emails coming through. Let me see. Hi, T-REV. Someone on a Facebook, Madeline, posted about it. Here's the link. Okay, I'll check that out too. There's interesting stuff coming through. That's why I'm kind of baffled over here a little bit. 575, you live. Talk to us.
Hey T, how you doing?
I'm hanging in there, skimming through emails, reading comments, trying to figure out what's going on. People are causing an uproar over this cremation.
I know, right? I have a question. Do you know anything? Has the grandma said anything?
I haven't seen nothing with grandma as far as somebody said that they made, or the other day, somebody told me that a creator had like something with grandma and they had to break it down, but I didn't see it myself, so I couldn't speak on grandma much. I haven't heard nothing from grandma.
I hadn't either, but I was just curious. I saw somebody type in the chat that something about her interview is interesting, but I didn't know if I missed it or.
Where's it at? We'll watch it. If it's out, we'll watch it. Where's it at?
No, I haven't even looked. I don't know. I just saw a chat say that, so I thought maybe I missed something. So I'm trying to figure out how we can fight this legally. And I'm not smart enough to do this. I'm kind of old school, but can we do like a web page like called Maddie's page where people can anonymously enter people's names that we know like in our past have essayed us or something that people could go to check when they're
I like that idea. I like where you're going with that.
Man, I'm trying to think of anything we can do as the public to,
It's actually a very good idea. So you're saying pretty much like our stories, but people who did it to us, so people know who they are and they can watch out for them.
Sketchy. Right.
Because it's obvious that the people who did it to a lot of us only had one strike or they didn't get in trouble at all.
Right.
Right. I get that. But we also got to be careful because then that opens up for lawsuit. If you're saying that somebody did something to you and there's no documentation of that, they could try to sue you. So remember that also.
What if we didn't say, what they did or whatever, but just, maybe just a name or a general, and a general age or something like some, how they have that Angie's list. And I was thinking, well, why can't we have Maddie's page or,
I like that idea a lot.
In memory of her, that people can go check and say, hey, has anyone else had bad dealings with this? Because when I met my current husband, I had a cop friend and I did a police background check on him. But I know probably not everybody has a cop friend, but even there's so many of them that don't get reported or it didn't go far enough to, go to court or something. And like when I told my mom, she didn't believe me because I was trying to tell her my own brother was trying to mess with me.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, shit. I mean, I had an uncle who tried to mess with me. It's almost like if you're a female.
You know what breaks my heart? You know what breaks my heart on that is that you could say that so normally, right? And that's how I said mine. But when I hear people telling me their story so normally, it just breaks my heart. Like I wonder, that's probably how y'all feel when I'm telling mine. So it's like, damn.
Yeah, it's hard to hear. It's hard to say. I mean, I'm in my 40s now, so you kind of. But I don't think people realize how normal it is that mothers and fathers just don't care. They don't care about their kids. They don't care what's happening. They don't care. All they're worried about is their career or making money or whatever. Nobody wants to stay home with their kids anymore. Nobody wants to be a good mom or whatever. Like I say, we was raised like free range. Whatever happened, happened. And, why are people having kids if they don't want to love them? And it gets me so infuriated. But
It'll work you.
I definitely wanted to. This is Texas veteran, by the way.
I see all the time. I see your comments all the time, just as well as other people. And I get used to those names, and I used to seeing y'all around. So I'm, I'll be like, I'm so used to it. So I notice y'all. I notice the people that are always here, and even the new people that come and have been here the last few streams. I start to pick up on that very easily.
Yeah, you look really handsome in that blue shirt, by the way. But anyways,
thank you. I appreciate that.
But like I said, I'm older. I'm not really good at this computer stuff, but maybe I thought just maybe we could brainstorm together and come up with Maddie's page and try to help.
Yeah, I think that that's a wonderful idea, what you said about that. Honestly, I really do. I think it's a good idea. I think that it could help people, especially if it's out there. If it's pushed out there and people know about it and they feel sus about somebody, maybe somebody put someone on the list that you would have never thought of. It's a good idea.
Generation is good at that. You know what I mean? Y'all are really good at the computer stuff and the web pages and the YouTubes and all that. My generation's not so good at that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And
it's possible to do.
Please. Good. Well, let's brainstorm all of us together and see what we can come up with. Maybe we can dedicate it to Maddie. I think that would be one way for us as a community to turn this shit around. Is so heartbreaking. And for us, who were victims, to use it in a way to help others. Because I think that's ultimately what a lot of us want to do.
Agreed. Like, I don't mind putting the name out there and showing. I don't mind that. And I'm not scared. You can't sue me because it's documented. And if you want to try to, bring it on. Because then I'll just embarrass you again. Embarrass you again by bringing up every detail and everything you done to me and look you right in your fucking face while I'm saying it too. Like, I'm not scared. I'm not scared whatsoever.
But see,
and
that's
I think
what I'm saying.
It's a great idea.
That guy that did that to you, we don't have a way to get that out there in the public. Nobody has a way to search, is this guy shady? And
Agreed.
I just, like I said, I don't think we should necessarily put details like, oh, this so-and-so did this when I was 5 or whatever, but maybe just, this is someone I think is sketch. And of course, there would probably be somebody who would use it nefariously, put someone's name who's, just to try to get back at them for something. I could see that happening too, but I don't know. Maybe as a community, we can brainstorm and think of something together.
Absolutely. Again, it was a great idea. I appreciate it. We'll definitely talk about it more for sure. I think that would be very beneficial for people out there that are going through things, or I mean, and just in general, it can be created. It's not that it can't be created. You just got to be careful with stuff like that, especially if there's no ties to anything, and because you can't be sued too.
Right.
So
that's right.
We definitely need to talk about it though. I appreciate that. I appreciate you bringing it up and mentioning that idea. I thought it was a great idea, and I still think it could be something. We definitely need to talk about it more. So again,
all right. Thanks, T. You have a great show. Great night.
God bless you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Be vigilant too, Texas veteran. And thank you for serving our country. I do appreciate that too. 219-885-9690. Phone's ringing before I could speak. 850, you're on the show. Talk to us. 931, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, listen, how are you doing today, by the way?
I'm doing great.
Listen, I had a really dark thought, and I hate to even consider it. But when they found the phone for the guy, Stephen or Stephen, however you want to call him.
Yes, ma'am.
What if, because they were certain that she was already dead in the surveillance photo. What if he has a snuff film on his camera? Like a video of him killing her. And that's why they were certain that she was dead and he moved her body.
So like maybe he was recording at the time and then he killed her during that recording. Is that and a trigger warning to everybody out there, but is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Let's just say, I don't. We can't say it's impossible because this guy was recording nasty things. So
I know it. And maybe he went too far while he was doing something to her, and it shows her dying in the act. I don't know.
thank you, Nils. Interesting. That's an interesting thought, and I can't say that it's impossible because I haven't seen the PCA or the details into the crime. As far as, I mean, we know that she passed away, but I don't know. That's correct. It's not impossible. It really isn't. It's really not impossible. When I think about it, I'm thinking of what these officers had to see when they seen these horrific videos and photos in this guy's phone. Like, what is going through their head right now? Hopefully those officers are all right, because that is very disturbing. I know I'd be probably in bed sick to my stomach after seeing that.
Yeah, it's been on my mind because how, from a surveillance photo, can you tell that somebody is dead? You know, you can't really. You have to have something more. And it's so sickening to think of.
It is sickening to think, but it's not really out of the realm of possibilities, though. It's not. It's not. Like, again, if you don't believe me, look up the story of Jessica Paget. It's not out the realm of possibility. It's not whatsoever. It is a thing. It happens, and it's in cases all over the world. Just one that I know is Jessica Paget. You can look that case up right now and read the details in that case. This case reminded me of that, but Jessica Paget was an adult, though. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't make it right whatsoever, because it was her mom's husband that did what she did to him. But that's the case that I could think off the top, that not only was I part of the search team in Northampton County, Pennsylvania, but when those details they came out and I found out that I've been searching with this guy every single day looking for Jessica Paget's body, or hopefully we thought she was alive, the whole time he would be leaving and going recording himself, doing things to her. So in general, that was on camera. I can't say that you are wrong here and completely, throw that out the window. Yeah, it's dark thinking, but it's also a possibility.
Yeah.
What they found and what you read in that affidavit, the PCA that they just got arrested on him now. Yeah, it's possible.
So regarding mom's behavior during her interviews, if you look up victims of narcissists, you can see the behavior. They shut down, they dissociate, they become cold, and that's how that mom presented. And I'm just wondering if he is a narcissist he is a narcissist, but that abused her, like, verbally, and just shut her down and made her think that she was nothing.
Man. it like I said, that case, after seeing that case and just personally me being a part of that case and then reading the different details that came out in that case, I can't say you're wrong. And I would never think that somebody was wrong. But if I haven't heard it beforehand, I'd have been like, whoa. But being I had followed that one closely, I think you possibly could be onto something as far as with that thought of what happened. Because again, what's in the other PCA that came out is absolutely stomach turning. The details of what are in there and back in 2022, he was making her do things on video. So just imagine if that what you said is what happened. He factory resets his phone. They get the phone. They get the videos. They pull them back off of there because they're still on, I guess, the hard drive of the phone or whatever is on the SIM card. Maybe, I don't know where they pull it from, but again, I don't know how they got them though. They got, after a factory reset, the police can get some shit still. It does not matter. You think you can reset stuff. You think you can hide from cameras. There's always something that you don't know about. There's always something.
Yeah, it's sickening. It's sickening, the thought of it. But that crossed my mind, and I'm like, oh my God, maybe that's what they've got on him.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Who knows?
You know, and I did therapy with a 16-year-old boy who AR'd a 10-year-old girl, and it was the hardest job I'd ever done. I didn't want to take the case, but I had to.
Thank
and
you, Sadie.
I tell you what, it was a crime of opportunity is what it was. And it happened in a church while church was in session. So I mean, you got to be careful with your kids. You got to be careful with them. And he was like, oh, well, you know, she was there. She kind of was like flirting with me in his mind, and I did it. And his family moved him from the area. His father was a preacher. They moved from the area, and he went to therapy for inpatient therapy for a while. But man, I still worry about that kid. You know, I do.
That's some tough stuff. That's some tough stuff.
Yeah.
But thank you for what you do in the community, though.
Well, I'm retired now,
but still, though, you've probably helped a lot of people. Not probably, you did. I guarantee it. You know how many people maybe talk about you still to this day. You never know. I'm serious.
Yeah, hopefully in a good way.
It's good work. I mean, it's good work. What for me, therapists, and they always helped me in ways because I could vent and but it would just have to be a certain person that I can connect with. If I cannot connect with that person, then I just couldn't. I wouldn't be able to talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just how.
Well, okay, so I'm going to get off here. That was just my thought that has been burning up in me. It's like, how do they know from that surveillance video that she's dead? You know, those things are pretty grainy, you know, and it's like, how can you tell someone is dead from her sitting up in a car? I thought they've got more on this guy than they're showing.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Well, again, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for what you've done in the community, and keep being a voice in the community. You can call in anytime you want. Love and light to you. Stay vigilant. We live in a cruel world. Again, I say this every time, but it's like it needs to be said every time because people aren't hearing it. People aren't hearing it. God bless you, man.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I appreciate her sharing her story too. People she's helped. Imagine trying to help someone like that. 850, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hey.
Yes,
is this
ma'am.
Rev?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Listen, I live in Florida. I think everybody needs to look at how close Polk County is to where Madeleine disappeared. And they just had that 228 people busted.
I seen that.
I think they're connected. I think it's connected because something major went down, obviously, and then boom, these bust. So I wouldn't be surprised if the two of these are connected and Madeleine's murder might be the one to pull the cork. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of people been really sending me that speculation in too. Absolutely.
If you get a moment, you're sitting there, pull it up and see how close they are. See how close Polk County and Osceola. I can't never say that one.
What is it? Osceola? Osceola County?
Osceola and Polk County. Look how Polk County is where the big arrest just happened.
Okay. Osceola to so it's Osceola to I'll tell you right now, Osceola
to Polk.
To Polk.
Polk County is where the big bust was. Polk, Polk.
Yep.
Polk.
To Polk County. 1 second here. It says it's an hour and 21 minutes or hour and 26 minutes. So Osceola County to Polk County.
Yes. I believe it's all connected.
So you have to take, I see right here, 3 Lakes Wildlife Management Area, Osceola County. You would go all the way down.
I don't mean the direct spot A to spot B. I'm saying the two counties. I think that because the two counties are so close.
Yeah, they're close.
I think the only reason they didn't get arrested in Polk County was because it didn't happen in Polk County. But it may have been what brought down the rest of it.
Thank you, Josie. Appreciate you, Smoke. Everybody, I appreciate y'all showing love. Catherine. So when I'm looking at it, I'm looking at it, and it is very close. An hour and 26 minutes ain't crap to me.
No, when you're arresting 250 people, average, you know, I mean, you arrest 250 people because that's what it's going to be by the time they're done.
And
you can bet they're not all sitting right there in Polk County.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, imagine how the movements of those 220 people were. You know, where did those 220 people go all the time?
Right.
Right.
Right. You give each one of them a 100-mile radius, and you've got a lot going on.
That's a fact, and I like that you're bringing that to our attention because that's not out the realm. There may be some people out there like, "Woo, this woman's insane." But if you sit and actually think about it, it really could be part of a ring. Just look at the stuff that was in this guy's phone that he would just had sitting there so regularly. And now the police came around and found it. It's weird.
And what was on that phone besides her? It could have been contacts, text messages from any of those 220 people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's not that big a jump to put those two together.
No, it isn't. No. That I'm sitting here thinking about that now. Like, well, is that the case here? Like, is this connected? I thought that yesterday when I looked at the whole Santa story, and then the police were going to the guy's house and the son took his life before the police could get in there to arrest him. So I don't know. It's all very interesting.
Yes, I haven't heard anything about Santa, but on your channel, I don't know what the Santa deal is. I just know I've lived in Florida for 35 years. I've kept an eye on Central Florida. I've gone back and forth several times, and it's always been a cesspool. Right down there, Disney, the whole location, it's always been a cesspool of the worst right there. So I'm thinking there's a connection, and that may be why they're not charging him with murder yet, because he may have filmed somebody else doing it. Those kind of movies make a lot of money.
Yeah.
So it depends on who he wants to contact and what else he has besides Maddie.
It's like we can't cut that out of the equation yet, because there's no papers out to say that anybody's wrong about their speculation. And while I'm not scared to talk about what the news and people don't want to talk about here, we'll have those conversations here. I don't mind that. But I also like to keep facts in the front, though. I do like to keep the facts up front, but we do like to speculate around here, and callers like to speculate around here. If you're gonna take community phone calls, you're going to hear speculation, and people are like, well, why would you let this on your channel? Or people say that because this is the people who are sending in valuable information, that are sleuthing, they're spending their nights, their hard nights that they love, and their passion for true crime, to not only scour for information and go through things to find information, but to try to be a voice for not only Madeline Soto, but plenty of other people and children, adults all over.
All the children.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's why we listen, and that's why I take these phone calls, and that's why you're here right now telling me this story.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me do that. I've been trying to get through for days. And I actually hung up on you just a few minutes ago. And I was like,
that was you.
Yes, I hung. This is 7th generation American. I go by 7 Gen.
7 Gen. Well, thank you, 7 Gen. I appreciate you calling, and thank you for being a voice in the community. And I think that it's important to keep letting people like yourself be a voice in the community. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful night. Make sure you lock your doors and stay vigilant.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah. Shout out to her. What a good phone call. I appreciate her. I appreciate all of you who dig through, find this information, and call up and let everybody know different things that you've heard, or just your point of views, or maybe your ideas. 985, you're live. What's going on? Talk to us.
Hey, I'm shocked you answered. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just really frustrated every single day that goes by, and we still do not have an arrest for this poor child.
That's exactly why I went live. I'm going to continue to go live every single day until we get some affidavits, we get some answers for exactly what happened here.
No nothing. I mean, no cause of death, nothing. It's so frustrating, and I don't know. I guess, I mean, I'm trying to listen to the speculation with the child ring that happened, and that's a possibility too. I mean, we don't know. But me, I don't know. I just keep coming back to I think it's because they don't know if it was the mom or him. Just like they were not able to prove which one actually did it. I don't know. It just like he was seen with her in the car, which they assume she's not alive at that point, which could have been something as simple as her body being in a unnatural position, maybe. So he was seen moving her, but maybe they don't know which one actually did it. I don't know. But it's so frustrating that there's no press briefings, nothing. It's so frustrating. And I don't know. That's all I wanted to say. But I mean, just every day I'm checking, like something's got to happen. I don't know. But yeah, that's it. I'm frustrated because there's nothing, no arrest, no press briefing, no update in charges for the guy who's already arrested for the other stuff. It's just, I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, no, I don't get it either. And again, with Audrey Cunningham, we followed that story very closely here. We talked about it here. I've made docuseries
Right.
on it here. I've did tons of different things within that case, and that case went along pretty fast. This case, there's
Right.
no
And I
charges
guess
put out.
that's the one I guess I'm because I followed that one too. And I mean, there was a lot of similarities. The backpack, the person last seen with her, things like that. And I mean, you
Bing
saw
bang.
that things were happening. We don't see anything happening. It's just like it's frozen. Of course, I'm sure there's stuff happening behind the scenes, but so I don't know. It's like somebody was guilty of doing something to this child, and we still don't know who, what, how, nothing. I don't know. I don't know. I just keep coming back to, did mom do something even accidentally? Not, I mean, it would still be wrong, but say she was abusing her physically and went too far. Were they giving her some sort of drugs and maybe went too far? I don't know, but for some reason, I just have this gut feeling that they just need to find out which one did the actual, and it's out of the two of them. And I believe it's as simple as that. They just can't prove which one actually killed her. And I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be way off the mark, but neither one of them have any, and they were the last two with this child. So one of the two of them did something to her. Neither one have been charged. So that's what I keep coming back to.
Yeah.
And like I said, I could be off the mark, but I don't know.
And
But anyway.
no, this is what it's for, is for you to call in and share your thoughts with not only me, but everybody in here that's listening. And again, I can never say anyone is wrong. I love hearing everybody's
No,
thoughts and stories as we continue to
it's
follow
just
this case.
frustrating.
Why is there no charges? We're now on Thursday the
Right.
7th, and there's no charges. And this happened. Hold up. I remember going live Friday, right? Was it
Yeah.
Friday? And they had the helicopter in the air. They had just found Matt. We were bringing it in here. We were reporting it as it was coming in that Madeline Soto had been found, but no charges since then. It's what, Saturday,
Yeah.
Sunday,
You would think that
Monday.
immediately when she was found, somebody would have had some updated charges, and it was just like nothing. It's so, I don't know, frustrating.
And that's why I
But
think that
yeah,
there's an ongoing investigation behind the scenes right now. That's exactly why I'm
yeah,
thinking that. I'm thinking that there is an ongoing investigation against mom, that, and they're trying to connect the dots, and I think that they want to put everything out together.
before they,
You get
yeah.
what I'm saying?
And I mean, they got time to get it right because they actually have him,
Mhm.
already locked up on other things. So they don't have to automatically charge him to holding. So that could be very well possible too. I mean, we got him on other stuff. He's not going anywhere.
Mhm.
So they can take their time and get it right. And they should get it right, before they mess it up. And I get that 100%. It's just, I don't know, this poor baby. I just want to see some justice for her. And honestly, I would like to know what happened to her because, man, like, I don't know. As a parent, you feel that, you want to know that your children are safe and you trust the people around you. And I just want to know what happened to her. I
Yeah.
don't know. And it's a scary world. Good Lord.
I mean, we know that they arrested Steven. That's we know that,
Right.
Michael. We're not saying that they didn't arrest Steven or that they haven't done anything. What we are simply stating is that there's no arrest charges, murder charges,
Right.
yet. Period.
He's only
This one,
got charged with the pictures and the the child stuff.
Exactly.
I don't.
The
I didn't want
child
to say the
P.
word. 'Cause
No, they we
yeah.
just I just you can say child P, the child
Okay.
exactly. The child
And
stuff that he had on his phone, the photos, the disturbing photos and videos, that's what he was arrested for. He was not arrested for the murder of
for
Madeline
this,
Soto. He
and
wasn't.
even tampering. Like I would think, even like with moving the body, if they were sure about that, isn't that like abuse of a corpse or tampering with evidence, or nothing was even added with that. So that's why I'm thinking maybe they're trying to figure out before they charge one thing, they can get it all together and find out which one actually did the murdering.
Mhm.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, like I said, I could be way off, but I just think that there's something they're trying to figure out between the two of them, and they want to get that right before they, I don't know.
So I mean, your final thoughts before I move on to the next caller. Do you think that there's going to end up being another arrest in this case?
I think the mother is definitely going to get something,
Mm,
whether it be abuse, negligence, whatever. She is going to get something, I think, out of this. But honestly, I have a gut feeling that she's involved in something, whether she abused her and went too far, or she knew about all the stuff, that other people were linking her to. I'm not sure about that, but there's something there with the mother. And I think that's going to be the other arrest for me. That's what I feel.
mhm.
Maybe even some other family members. Who knows what other stuff was in their circle? But definitely, I think her. And I think that's who they really are looking at right now, in my opinion. Why they haven't really fully, charged anybody yet, because I think that they think she's part of it, and they need to have enough to put her in with him, and then I don't know, but that's my feeling. That's what I see. Because she has went awfully silent. She was very vocal there for a while. She went awfully silent, and people are all starting to speculate. Okay, she was lying. Her stuff's not adding up. You don't have to lie about. If there was nothing to lie about, there would be nothing to lie about. You know what I mean? She's
Yeah.
covering something up.
Mhm.
So she knows something. There's something she's guilty of. Why else would she be lying? It's not for this guy. This guy is not. I mean, look at him. He's not nothing to lie about. I
Yeah.
can't see that her being that in love with someone that she would really risk her whole entire life to cover for this guy. I
Yeah.
don't see that. I really believe she's covering for herself as well. And
Yeah.
that's my, like I said, that's my 2 cents. It may not matter much at all, but just throwing that out there. But I appreciate the call. I appreciate your time, just venting, because, like I said, looking for that updated charge, and it's just not happening.
Yeah.
But
That's what I'm
I
saying.
appreciate what you're doing, and I check you every day because you got the latest info. So I mean, that's great, because this is where I'm going
Well, well,
for all my info right now.
well, as stuff comes in, documents as they come out, arrests when they're made, I'll have them. I'll read it. We'll go over the
Oh,
paperwork. We'll
I
talk
know
about
you
it.
will, but I
Mm,
appreciate it, and thank you for your time, and good luck with everything. And you are doing a great job with this one. Really, you are.
Thank you.
And I've been watching you late at night, like the whole time you're alive. I'm watching, so
Thank you.
you're doing great. It's interesting, and I'm staying on top of it. And thank you for keeping us informed.
Well,
And
thank
thanks for
you.
the phone calls.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for sending emails. Thank you for being a voice in the community again. God bless you. And as this
You
story with
too.
Madeline Soto, the information keeps piling up, or as things come out, we will cover it. We will talk about it. So again, thank you for taking part in that. I appreciate you. I hope you have a blessed night. Stay vigilant.
You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
I will. Thank
Shout out to her. I appreciate her. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts, opinions, and theories on this whole entire case? Why is it taking so long? I know that they got to get their ducks in a row, but still, as far as charges, that there isn't on the other side, and that there may be other charges added, and that there may be another arrest, possibly. 720, you're on the show. Talk to us.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing today? What's your name and where are you
I am
calling
doing
from?
great. My name is Erica and I'm calling from Arizona.
Erica, it's nice to hear from you. I'm glad you called in today. What is your thoughts and opinions? Share what you're thinking with us.
First off, I am so grateful that I got through to you, and thank you for covering this. This is amazing what you're doing for this precious little girl.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm calling for two different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
First off, on behalf of her. And second off, we all have to just trust the process. They're taking their time because they have to make sure that they get things right. Because they have to let things stick, and they have to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks, so people who've done this to her do not walk free. We actually have a case here in Arizona, and I would love for you to cover it. His name is Preston Lord. His last name is Lord. And October 28th of 23, he was at a party and was assaulted, and he died as a result of that. And just in the last couple of days, people have been arrested, and we've all been so frustrated because the people that have done that did that to him were posting online, and there was proof of it, but they had to make sure all their ducks were in a row before they made these arrests. And with Madeleine, this is what's going to have to happen with her as well. And it's so frustrating because there's so many things that are pointing to these people, like nothing about the parents' accounts of that day makes sense. And as a parent myself, I could not sit next to a person that did something to my child. And it's just so frustrating. But we just have to trust the process, and the law is going to come through for her. And there's going to be justice for her.
100%.
So
100%.
So it's just, like I said, it's so frustrating watching this happen. I am a daughter of a detective. He's a retired detective, police detective. And I am a former medic. And so I've seen all of this, and it's just, you want instant justice, but you have to make sure that the accused are afforded their rights, due process and all of that, even though they're guilty. But to make it stick, you have to let the cards play out.
Absolutely.
So
exactly.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's sickening. I don't know what is happening to us. So I'm just grateful that I actually got through after 40 phone calls.
I'm glad you got through. I know that's why I was like, hold on, let me just jump into phone calls, because I know that most of you probably went around and watched a lot of the newer videos that dropped today on this case. So I was like, you know what, let's just jump straight in, because a lot of you have been saying, I can't get through. I've been trying to call for the last 5 days. So I'm just like, let me let it run. Let me hear everybody today.
I've been calling for the last literally like 5 minutes.
Well, you got through.
I got through, so I'm feeling very grateful. Today is just, it's a good day. Things are going, she's going to get her justice. People are going to pay for what she did. We just have to be patient. It's just like with Preston. And like I said, after this, it would be so amazing for you to just check it out. So Preston Lord, Preston Lord.
Send me. Can you do me a favor and attach an email with some reference videos, articles, anything?
Yeah.
That's like
Oh
where I
yeah,
like to start at personally. If you want to send that to me, I would appreciate it. I'll definitely take a look at it 100%.
I could do that. It is out of Gilbert, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a group of kids who have been going around assaulting people.
This down. Yeah. So group of kids assaulting people.
Gilbert Goons. So GILBERT.
GIL. Mm-hmm.
GOONS.
GOONS. Yeah.
And I'm not trying to take away from Madelaine.
Oh, no. Nobody thinks that. You're just letting me know about another case that needs, you know, that's there's nothing wrong with that.
It's just shining a light on, we just have to trust the process and let law enforcement do their job. Because if you go into hastily, whatever the word is, somebody's going to walk, and they're going to get away with it.
Well, there was a okay. So now somebody was talking about, did we see the behavior panel on this? Analyst of mother's behavior. We'll check out some of that real quick. I actually am looking at it right now as we speak. A few of you emailed it in, and we definitely will take a peek at this. This is interesting. We'll take a look at it.
For
I don't know. Like, I don't know if they'll strike us for looking at it, but we'll add some commentary. I don't know. I will definitely look at it. So.
Okay. And with Madelaine's mom, I didn't want to judge her at first, but she was just very, she had a very flat affect.
Mm-hmm.
But I would be absolutely beside myself if anything was going on with my kids. And I have 3 adult children, and I still freak out if they don't, answer phone calls or things like that. And I just, I can't say what went on in their, in their household, whatever. I pray that she's not involved, but if she is, she needs to be held accountable as well. So. We'll we just have to be patient and let law enforcement do their job and make sure that they get it done right, and that whoever did this to her pays for it.
Yeah, no, they will. They got them. But there's really never, let's just look at it this way. There's never really no true justice, in my opinion, when it comes to, especially a child's life being robbed. They didn't even get a chance to grow up, buy their first car, do a lot of different things. They didn't get to have a family or do anything. So we're talking about a child that endured a lot of agony.
Exactly.
Agony.
I worked in an emergency room at a children's hospital, so I've seen a lot of.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine the stuff you've seen in there.
Yeah, very bad things. I worked on an ambulance. You have to let kids make their own choices and learn from their mistakes. It's, you can't take that from them.
Yeah.
So, and to deny them from, a life that could have been very, very well spent. So,
well, again, I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions with us, and also even things that you've done in your past. I appreciate that. I hope you have a good night, and we'll be checking out some stuff. I'm actually looking at this behavior panel real quick. I'm gonna take a peek at it.
I will email you.
Yes, ma'am. I will be looking for it. Thank you so much. Shout out to her. I hope she has a good day. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. All right, hold on. We need to check this out. We're talking about this behavior panel, huh? So mother's distress over missing daughter, importance of online privacy protection, analyst of mother's behavior. That's what I want to see.
This is typically a need for reassurance. And this is happening at the moment that she's saying she never made it. And
hold up.
Right at this moment when they're saying, waiting to hear anything else from the school, she's saying that there's a hard single shoulder shrug, prolonged eyebrow raise, kind of seeking approval, or do you believe me? Like Greg said in the first video, more lip retraction. And one thing that's happened
again on this video is the analyst. I seen a few people sent this in, not just one person, multiple people sent this video in, and it's basically an analyst of the behavior on everything to this case of the people in this case. Obviously, Steven Stearns, and hold on, I saw a bunch of stuff on TikTok. He either strangled or drugged Maddie. K9 Rescue says they may release cause of death, but nothing else because of her age. That's a good point to make. Abel says, I can see the future. It's going to be rivers with lots of funny looking men going in them upside down if the courts don't start doing better.
Happening here is that there's a parent sharing all of the reasons her daughter cannot be found. And this, I think, is highly unusual. And it presents a huge hurdle for me to think that she's wanting to inspire people or help or inspire hope, that there's a way that this can be done. When somebody introduces complexities and challenges like this, I've never seen someone do it who's purely innocent. She's going through all the lists. She left her phone at home. She's got ADHD. The cameras aren't good enough to see anything. There's no way to track her. And still, we're not seeing a mention of Madeleine's name at all. And one question the reporter asks is this normal behavior? And this behavior we're seeing here is not normal at all in her.
He said, I mean, and these are things that we've been thinking, and I don't know. We think it's not normal behavior. Great point. Behavior panel would analyze me so absolutely wrong. I have social anxiety without knowing that beforehand. They would think I was lying nonstop. Vegan Claire, what's going on? Nice to see you, Vegan Claire. She says, does she work from home? I read somewhere she did. I also read somewhere that she works from home, but I also don't want to say that that's a fact until I know that's a fact. Alicia says, was mother present at alleged so-called memorial service? That's a question I can't answer.
In the mother here.
Interesting.
Granted, there's some unusual stuff, so we'll take a look at a few more clips after this one here. Mark, what do you got?
So I'm the same with you. That blame that she's putting on Madeleine around ADHD and forgetfulness is an odd maneuver in this particular situation. I don't like the look of that. Not that I'm against blaming people for stuff. It's just not right for this situation where you're wanting the kid to be found, or you should be wanting the kid to be found, just as you say, Chase. You'd want to be eliminating those things and having more possibility of that person being found, not putting barriers in the way. You're exactly right. Again, we have it. We dropped her off. Second time, we dropped her off. Okay, very clear around that. We dropped her off. Okay, good. You said it twice. Now we know. Now we know you both dropped her off. To your point, Greg, yes, she's breathing, and we get some of these bigger intakes, but I'm not getting the rapid breath of something like panic or concern. And she said earlier that the feeling she had was of I can't breathe. And yet we've got her breathing. She's not having to catch up with that breathing. It's not the panic. So her breathing doesn't match what she...
Hold on, let me see something real quick. I actually want to look this guy up real quick. Hold up. Because I personally never seen him. Let me see who this guy is here. His name is Mark Bowden, is an American journalist and writer. He is a former national correspondent and longtime contributor to The Atlantic. He is best known for his book Black Hawk Down, a story modern war about 1993 U.S. military raid. Okay. So I'm just looking at who this guy is. Hold up. Who's Chase? So he's just a journalist? Okay. So Chase Hughes, I'm not familiar with some of these people, so I'm gonna look up who they are and tell you. Chase Hughes is founder and CEO of Applied Behavior Research. He is a leading behavior expert and author of the 3-year #1 best-selling book. Okay, Influence and Behavior Profiling. All right, so he definitely is an expertise in that field. Chase, the guy on the lower corner. The first guy that I just read was Mark. These are the people. I just want to know who is breaking what down. And so we know whose opinions that we're listening to also, just for people who don't know, because there's probably people out there that are like, I don't know these guys. Scott Ruse. I'm looking him up now. Scott Ruse is a behavior analyst and body language expert. That's all I need to read right off the rip. So that's him. I have not seen these people. Shout out to y'all for sending it in to me. That's why I'm just looking them up so I can get familiar with who they are. And so when they're breaking it down, I'm understanding, what profession they're coming from when they're giving their professional opinion on this. Gregory Hartley is associate professor of writing at the University of Alaska, Anchorage. This is his first published collection of poetry. Okay. So that's this guy at the top left. We just looked up all of these people. This is a behavior analyst. These two guys right here, from what I just seen. Okay, now let's jump in and watch some more.
She's told us is the feeling that she has right now, which I would suggest you saying, oh, I can't breathe. That's a sense of panic. And I'm not seeing panicked breathing at this point. So that's of interest to me. So second video in, I'm possibly more concerned even than I was in the first place. Scott, what do you think?
All right. When he brings up the detectives again, that's when her legs start shaking. Or I think it's the first time he brings it up, her leg starts shaking again, and we see her doing that whole bobbing around thing that's happening.
Oh my God! So he's talking about when they brought up detectives, her legs start shaking. I don't think I heard that out of any of the other behavior analysts, or Dr. G kind of spoke on it yesterday, right? Kind of, sort of.
And again, this still doesn't sound like a mother who's stressed that her child is missing and could possibly still be alive, and she's worried about what's going on.
Yeah, Bob, I'm opening the lines right back up. Obviously, we cannot watch all of this. If we sat here and watched the whole 2 hours of this behavior panel, I would be here. None of y'all would be able to call through, really. We'd be sitting here watching it, right? I'm just watching certain parts of it. I see that it's labeled down here. So it's, for instance, that's why I went straight to this one. Analyst of mother's behavior. So we could watch this quick little segment. Family concern over disappearance, suspicious behavior and conclusion. Analyst of mother's fear. See, there's certain little segments in there. So yeah, you can call in, brother.
Oh, with her. None of that at all. Then more stress mouth with that question as well, or what I call stress mouth. That's just disappearing lips, when your lips disappear literally. And I think Chase, you made a great point, because they go back into her, up under her teeth. She's so stressed at this point. Her voice is calm and normal. It doesn't really change much. It stays almost. There's a couple of cases here in a few minutes where we get to fading facts, which we'll talk about in a minute. But in this situation, her voice stays the same. Her cadence stays the same. The volume stays the same. When you're talking about something this horrific, and as you talk about it, you're realizing the horror of what may have happened. You don't talk normally. You get all worked up. We've seen it 1,000 times on here. When they're being honest, because she doesn't do anything. She doesn't change much at all. This sounds to me like it's rehearsed, and it sounds like she's planned this with her boyfriend, which we're going to see a couple of videos of him in a few minutes. This sounds like she's ready for this. That's why she keeps saying we dropped him off. So that
I think that's a great point he made. She's saying we, like she's ready for this. That was a good point he just made right there.
That brings a whole other situation into this as well. And knowing now that we know now that they've found her, Madeline, and she was, obviously she wasn't alive anymore. So there's a lot going on with this, but I think this sounds to me, it sounds like something she was prepared for. When you're talking to somebody in interrogation, you want to make sure one person's story is different than the other person's story. Same story, but you got to make sure they word it differently. Things are said differently. So let's pay attention to that when this guy shows up. Now, the phone being left at the house, she wouldn't have started with, well, she has ADHD and she's really forgetful, so she left her phone at the house when she left. No, you said she left her phone at the house. We can't track her. You know, she has ADHD. That's the second part that you think about, because everything is up front. All the details, all the major things are up front in your brain when you're thinking about what's going on with the situation. You don't go to the details of why first and then say she's left her phone. That's a red flag for me as well.
I mean, that's a lot. I'm going to be honest with you. That was a lot of red flags to a lot of you in the comments also. That's a lot of red flags that you've called in personally and brought up to me. What he just said about the phone. That's been a red flags to a lot of people. So,
and that single shoulder shrug pointing toward her chin, that kid, when she's talking about ADHD, that makes me think she's bringing that up. I don't believe the kid had that either, because of the way the mother's acting. I think they're adding that, and that's why she left her phone. That's why her phone wasn't hanging around where they found her, or when she was with somebody else.
That's a lot. That's a lot. This will be a whole lot to watch. Again, it's 2 hours. I just wanted to see this little short segment on Mom. It's almost over, so I'll be opening lines right back up as soon as this small segment's over. If you guys want to go watch the video, I'll drop the link in chat, and you can go watch the video to its entirety, or you can wait to watch it later, however you want. But either way, I'm gonna share this video. I appreciate the work that these gentlemen are doing, putting out the opinion of body language and things like that. I think it's great. Does it mean that they're right? Absolutely not. I've seen body language experts be wrong before. I just have. I'm just being honest. I've seen them be wrong and completely off. So again, take everything in with a grain of salt. I appreciate the work that these gentlemen do. I salute it. It's great work.
Well, we know who did it. So then I'll leave it there. There's so much more, and I'm just be covering what you guys cover.
This is what bothers me.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
I like them.
I'm not sure what I'm allowed to share.
You share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but whatever you feel comfortable.
That's such a great point that they brought up in this panel, that about the leg shaking and all that, right? That's such a great thing that they brought up, because I wasn't really paying attention to the guys talking about detectives until they said it. I was more focused on her body language and what she was saying, right? But he's right. As soon as he said something about the detective, everything started shaking.
Comfortable sharing that we'll put the awareness out there.
Yeah, she was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What has the school said? Have you been in contact with the school?
Yes, that they're doing everything they can. They've given me all their resources. The principal's called me. They've looked at their cameras. I don't think they've caught anything on the cameras that's too far away from the sidewalk. Everything is too grainy, so they can't see specific faces. But they've looked. I'm just waiting to hear anything else from them.
Is this normal behavior?
Not at all.
To just not show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no. She, from time to time, she will leave her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. She left her phone at home.
Actually, what
happened?
She
went to school. But that happens from time to time. She's got ADHD, her memory. She's very forgetful. So yeah, there's no way to track her right now because the detectives don't have her phone. But this isn't normal behavior now.
See, now I'm starting to think that maybe they found some stuff in also Madeleine's phone too, right? Obviously. I think there's going to be some type of evidence maybe in her phone. I don't care whether that type of evidence, and when I speak about it, I mean, in this way, like, who knows if there was any notes in her phone? Who knows if there was any messages in her phone to friends, to anybody that she wanted to talk closely to, or maybe she met at school. There's no telling what was in that phone, what she talked about with people, and what she let people know. We do know that this is a young little girl that was going through a lot of agony between what this guy was doing to her, and then again, this stuff happening to her, and not nobody's helping her, or she's her mom. So she's, gosh, she had to be so disconnected. It melts me when I think about that.
What was the last thing, I guess, the conversation that you two had, you and your daughter?
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday. She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working, but she had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. Yeah.
13?
She's 13 years old. Yes.
13, Madeline?
Madeline.
What are you thinking right now?
Yeah. Description of the event.
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school.
Scripted.
I don't know what to think.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
We're still seeing some bizarre behavior here. And keep in mind, as we're saying this, none of us are saying that she was involved directly, and that if someone does have guilty knowledge, they could be covering up that guilty knowledge out of self-preservation because they've been threatened, because something else has been threatened to be taken away. So we don't know that yet. And maybe y'all will comment on what we see. Maybe there's some threats going on, or it's just self-preservation. So we'll see. But this shaking still continuing. We see it during the things that are, we see the shaking during the parts that are provable and most likely solid facts. We see the shaking go away anytime somebody's asking details about Madeleine going missing. I'm always uneasy personally when I see more fear.
Greg and Chase, both military interrogators and trainers. So far, what Scott said and Chase said have been pretty spot. And I mean, even this guy too. But Chase and Scott, what they said on Mom was, woo. I'm just trying to make sure if we watch this whole thing, I'm gonna open the lines back up and let people call in. And Glenda, you asked about that. Could we watch the other behavior analyst? We actually watched that here yesterday multiple times. And she said specifically on Court TV also, and before I take it off, do not disturb and take some more calls, which is what I'm about to do. We watched that here yesterday. We watched Dr. G's analyst yesterday, which was both on Mom. I actually agree with the woman on what she was saying. But she said she would put her career on the line, which is a very, very, very broad statement. 219-885-9693. We are covering the Madeline Soto case. We are wondering why there hasn't been any charges put out. Why hasn't Mom or anybody been arrested yet in connection with this case? 954, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hi.
How are you doing, ma'am?
Good. I love your show, and
Thank
I am
you.
fairly new.
Thank you.
I do want to say that I think parents need to put their phone down and pay attention to their kids. And I think kids need to put the phone down and converse. My daughter, we were military, and I saw a man grooming my daughter. And I immediately, and she knew immediately to tell me. So just the conversation between kids and children, like they should, and parents, they should be able to talk to their parents. They should be comfortable enough to talk and see what's going on. I saw it. She told me. It was that simple.
That's crazy. Yeah. So you said you think that people need to put their phones down more because we live in
I
a
do.
world where the
And just a
phones are
little
out
bit, just
constantly.
to talk to their kids so people can see what is going on in their kids' life. I really do think that technology has taken over. I think we're less connected. And I'm not saying that she wasn't involved. I think she was. But if she wasn't, I think she could have been if she had just paid attention. That's all I'm saying. If you keep your conversations open with your children, they will talk to you. They will tell you. You'll know if there's something going on in their lives that shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think you're right about that too. Like, because there is, when I was growing up, let's just put it this way. When I was growing up, we were playing in the dirt. We were building ramps. We were outside. There wasn't phones to play on. So, I mean, even when there was, it was just, they had, my mom had a cell phone. She was barely on her cell phone. And if she was just talking to a friend. But yeah, I remember a point back in the day where it wasn't like that all the time. It wasn't everybody was walking out looking down like this 24/7. It really wasn't. Now I'm starting to get used to it too, because every time I go out into public or just everybody around is like this.
Right.
You know what I mean? Constantly phoning, and that's just like the way of living these days. It's like we're glued to the screen. I don't know. You have a good point as far as, people need to
And
put
I
the phones
understand
down and
that.
pay attention.
As far as a phone when your child is in trouble or something like that, I get that. I completely understand that. But at the same time, I think that there has to be that communication with your kids. I just feel like it's the most important thing. If you take on the responsibility of having a child, make sure you know what they're doing, how they feel, what's going on around them. If you live with a kid, you see them every day. You know if there's something wrong. Just talk to them, ask them. I had a stepfather. My daughter has a stepfather. And don't you think I didn't ask? Are you okay? Everything's okay? Right up until she's grown, she's always told me never, never, never. And I knew that because I knew who I married. But there's always that thought in your mind that could happen. But I just feel that we need to ask more questions. We need to talk more to our children. That's about all I have to say. I appreciate you so much and everything you do. And I enjoy watching you, and I will continue. Thank you. Have a good night. Lock your doors. God bless.
Thank you. I will lock my doors. You make sure you stay vigilant. God bless you, man. Shout out to her. I appreciate it. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. We are covering the Madeline Soto case, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we are waiting for updates to come out. There's people saying, is there any updates? I see them in chat. Really? No. There's not no updates. In fact, it's the silence that's bothering us. We're not hearing anything. No charges put forward on anyone. Yeah, we know, Stefan is in jail, right? But he's not charged with Madeline Soto's death. 908, it's never too late. You were live. Talk to us.
Hey, Trev, it's Chris. How are you?
Chris, long time no hear from, my brother. How you doing? I hope I've been thinking about you, wondering if you were okay. What's going on, my brother?
I'm good, man. I've been trying to get in the last few days. It's been rough. You guys been busy, so which is a good thing. But
absolutely,
yeah, yeah. I'm looking at the Soto case, right? Because I've been watching you.
Yes, sir.
And there's a couple things, right? So the mother says she left her cell phone there, and it's because she's forgetful. There's no way she's going to leave. She's 13 years old, just turned 13. She's going to leave her cell phone behind. She'll leave her homework behind before that. So that's a red flag for me too. And then you have, she's talking about we dropped her off, we did this, we did that, right? But he actually says it too, Stefan, whatever his name is. But he says, I brought her there, and that's the last time we saw her.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another red flag. And, I'm thinking too with these, these people shack up with these undesirable people that do bad things. I'm thinking that, I don't know if you ever heard of Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome? Yeah, I've heard of it. Absolutely.
I think like someone like her has some kind of Stockholm syndrome, and there's a small clip on it on YouTube. It's just what is Stockholm syndrome, but everything fits in the categories with a lot of the stuff that they say about it. So I'm talking about with the mother, but yeah. So I think what's going to happen is they got him locked up. He's not going nowhere right now. So I think what they're doing is they're trying to just put everything together, and I think they'll eventually bring the mother in, and then maybe have them work off each other. I think I think probably by Monday, Tuesday, to start doing some stuff. Stuff will come out. But yeah, so it's these are sad cases. These people go around, and a lot of sickos out there. So
Man, it's every day. Every day, every single day you see a new case or another story that touches you, and it's just ongoing, brother. It's never gonna end. I feel like. I mean, we could try to do as much as we possibly can, but again, sometimes I feel like, damn, is there ever any hope to try to fix crime here? The people who are out here getting failed and people losing their lives because signs were ignored. Well, we may never be able to stop it, but you could always do something with it through law, though. Like I discussed it yesterday, and I'll continue to discuss it today as I think about it. If they stopped giving these people so many different chances or chances in general, like for instance, guy is molest a little girl or molest a little boy, and he's getting sentenced to what, 3-4 years or 2 years maximum or 5 years. Let's just say 5 years maximum. Guy gets out, he's on probation, he's registering as a sex offender, but okay, so he's out, he's registered as a sex offender, but he ends up killing someone or following out on one of these sick thoughts that he gets in his head, and he goes and does something. There's 2 families that are now destroyed. Even though he did allegedly go to jail for this amount of time, he got back out, did the same thing. Why? Because you couldn't rehabilitate him. You could not change his mind. You could not change the fact that he wanted to touch a little boy or little girl. You could not change that whatsoever. So why do we think in society or here in America that we can change these type of people? I'm not going to understand it until they change the law. I really won't. I'm not going to understand it because they're going to keep getting slaps on the hand. They will get the little, again, 2 to 5 years, 10 years, even I don't care if it was 15 years. They still get back out and they still can commit the same crime. And if not, 10 times worse. That is the problem here in America, and I still will never understand it till they make a change with the law. They shouldn't get 1 or 3 strikes. They should get 1 strike. You're out there, you're doing this, you're touching little boys, you're touching little girls. Okay, we're going to put you in a box for the rest of your life, or we're going to put you down for the death penalty, depending on what the juror wants to do. Whatever they decide. We need to structure some better laws, though, that will make people scared to do this. But even if we do that, they won't be scared. They'll still do it. But when they're in that box, it's a wrap. They can't hurt family number 2, family number 3, family number 4. So that's where I'm getting at when I talk about the changes that we could make here. And it's like, do lawmakers want to push and fix some of this stuff? Because they could, but you got to push for it. You got to do it. That's how I'm looking.
Yeah. No, you're right on the money, because it needs a big reform. It's just like, and I'm sorry to say this with priests and all the other stuff, and and rabbis and priests. I heard it all, and moving them from place to place, paying off the families, and then they do it again, and then all these. I mean, it's there's got to be some kind of reform, yeah. And maybe it starts with one case like this, and everyone gets together and comes up with something. Like you mentioned Audrey's law, when for Audrey, is a great idea, and then this one here, this case with Madeline Soto, yeah, it definitely, the whole sex offender BS, stuff needs to be addressed. It really needs a revamp.
Man, our
So,
laws are so.
no,
I'm telling you, it's failing families right now as we speak, because again, they're getting back out and they're continuing to destroy other families. And sometimes these people are able to not only destroy not just destroy family number 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's people and predators that are under the microscope, because some people are so scared in our country to come forward and speak that either one, they'll be shamed, two, they won't be believed. There's also other things that are in the factor here. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that are in the factor, and it all starts with not only us, but we need help from lawmakers too. Not the people that are standing and saying we had enough. We need to get that same backing on the law end. We just need those changes. I'm telling you, it's not going to happen ever until they start doing that. Until we start bringing back some stuff that I think we're too lenient and think we can fix everybody, and it's just not possible. It's not possible to change a guy from liking little boys and little girls. It's not possible to do that. They're always going to like
no,
it.
no, I agree 100%. No, you can't change those people. I hear about stories with this shit, like, around and stuff, like in my town and stuff, and it makes me, but no, you can't fix those people. No, they're gone. They're done. It's something in the brain. I don't know what could give you a joy in doing something like that. It blows my mind how, why don't you go play golf or something, for God's sake? I mean, come on. But yeah, there needs to be reform. There needs to be laws changed. They need to get together. Sometimes you got true crime hits those crossroads of politics, right, Trev?
Mm-hmm.
So, so this is where you come. Same with the fentanyl. Then you have this thing. It's got to go to enough people get together, put some theories out there, some things, voters, especially in the community, send that stuff up to them. Your senators, your congressmen, even get your councilmen to do it for you, and get them up there, and votes will change a lot. So you can get this, but yeah, it needs to be, the whole thing needs to be revamped, because this is just, it's so sad, and it's just horrible. It shouldn't have happened, and it's just
I mean,
yeah, it's bad, and we get the outcome of it. It's like just like the police do. Police show up, whatever, right? At a crime scene, it's already done, and then we get the outcome. But how do we fix it or stop it from happening again? So yeah, and it starts with that reform and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, we got to start first by everybody speaking out about things that have happened, and two, with the laws changing, to stop giving these people chances, especially when they get caught doing it. You know what I mean? I could get if somebody's not caught, but it's at the same time, like, if you're caught doing it, it should just be one strike as soon as you're caught. Nip it in the butt. Put these people to bed. It's time to don't let more families and people. Our own society is being let down by our own people. It is just a fact. We're being let down by our own people, because I get it, and I believe in freedom. I really do. I believe in freedom, but I don't believe in these people who are doing these to children, doing these things to children, man. I don't believe in that. I don't stand by it, never will. I could never even think in my head of these people being rehabilitated. It's just not a belief that stands in my heart. You just can't. You'll never be able to change them, Chris. And again, I appreciate you calling in, brother. Great words, great conversation. I look forward to hearing from you always. I hope you have a blessed day. I hope you've been doing okay. Hopefully things are getting better for you. If you ever need anything, reach out to me through email or however you want to, Chris, man. God bless you.
Can I say one more thing?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You're good.
Even if I'm saying a young adult or whatever, you see something going on and you don't want to email, you're scared of technology or anything like that, there's always the mailbox on your street corner or whatever. Put anonymous things, send it into the police department, send it into them. This is the guy. This is what's going on. And just put the address on there. You don't have to put your return address. You could just sign anonymous and put it in a regular mailbox. We don't have to worry about, oh, my email's linked and, with technology today. But that's all I wanted to say for people that are scared to, say something because of the retributions of it. You could always do that and no one will ever know where it came from. You can even go to town over so it gets stamped in that town or county and put it in there. So if you see, something like this going on, try that. If you don't want to, just
you want to
options
speak,
there.
write it all down, drop it somewhere, make sure you're heard. Either way, make sure you're heard. Maybe you're uncomfortable, have some type of social anxiety, and you don't want to write it down, hand it to somebody. You will be heard. Somebody will care. Something will happen. But you got to speak. People got to speak up for things to happen. And again, I know it's hard to. It's hard to speak about certain things, but again, we gotta start doing that. And even with people that we see as adults that are weird, if we see weird stuff, we gotta report that. We have to report it. It just, or else think about the things that happen of what was this guy, Audrey Cunningham, the guy that had the shotgun up to him. He said, "I wish I pulled the trigger." Oh man, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I remember, that's what I'm thinking about when I think of this. The dude's like, man, I just wish I pulled the trigger on him. But look at all the crimes that dude committed, enticing a minor, and there was signs there. And then police coming out as far as to even admitting, the Texas police saying we failed Audrey Cunningham and we want to fix it to make sure it doesn't happen no more. I mean, I'll give the law enforcement there this. At least they stood on their mistake and said it. But to hear that, and that, I think that's another place that this type of stuff starts at. When law enforcement comes forward and admits when they drop the ball on things. And I salute that Texas Police Department for coming forward and saying, hey, we definitely failed Audrey here. But we are talking about this because we want to make it better. We want to make a change. And I can salute that from any police department that is willing to stand on any mistakes that they have made during any investigations or anybody that they failed. But again, Chris, I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you. And beautiful words, man. We need change. We need change.
Absolutely. You know what? God bless you. And, be well. And I'll talk to you soon, my brother. Take care.
You too, brother. God bless. Chris, I appreciate Chris. If you want to call in like Chris did, it's 219-885-9693. The lines are open. A lot of comments coming in. 937, what's going on? You're live.
T-REV?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't believe I'm finally talking to you.
You got through. You're on.
I just want to tell you how great it is to have you here to let everybody talk, and the T-REV family and everything. I so appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've been with you since, Idaho 4. And I just want to tell you, that's all I needed to tell you. I'm grateful for you, and God bless you and T-REV family. I'm just glad you're there.
Thank you so
for
much.
us.
I appreciate the kind words. I really do. I really do. Since Idaho 4, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's right when it happened. And all of you that it's new, T-REV is wonderful. He's been here for all of us ever since then. So I'm just so excited that I got through to tell you that. And I'm from Ohio, by the way, just to let you know.
Thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate that. It really does mean a lot. And you've been watching since then. You've been watching for a while. So God bless you.
Yeah,
Thank you for that support. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for taking in the information. And thank you again for being a part of the community and the Rev Game family. I appreciate that. I really do.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, T-REV. God bless you.
God bless you. Her for shining her light on this show. I appreciate it. 219-885-9693. Thank you, man. She's nice. What a sweet. 650, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Oh my God. Did I make it?
You
Hold
made
on one
it. You
second.
beat
Let me
everybody
turn
to the punch.
volume down. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm like a few seconds behind. I'm so glad.
Yeah, no. Okay. So if you
I
turn
am
the TV off, listen, you're talking to me, right? Like directly right now, but there's going to be like 15 to 20 seconds delayed. So if you're listening to the TV, it'll put you way off.
Yeah, okay. So I just turned it off.
Okay,
I'm
you're
so
good.
glad. I just want to say that I'm so proud of the work that you do.
Thank you.
You're an amazing person, and everything that you do, even though whatever it is that you have gone through in your life, you're using it to make you stronger and to bring a voice for a lot of people out there. And that's awesome that you're not letting your past, to make you into someone even worse. There's a lot of people that their past actually makes them like to do like whatever depression they go through and everything. Instead, you're doing the opposite. You're bringing a voice. You have a platform right here that a lot of people love you and follow you, and I'm one of them. And I can tell you, I've had my own things in the past as well, and it's rough. But I do the same thing. I use it to make me stronger and to do better things for myself and for other people that are going through the same thing. Um, so I'm so proud of you, and I'm proud of being part of your channel as well. So
Thank you.
keep it up, man. Don't let anything negative, there's always going to be trolls or whatever, but I see that you have an amazing community. And if anything, any trolls try to come in here, they're going to leave because God is protecting you. I can feel that. You're a God, how do you say godsend? I don't know what else to say. I'm so glad that a young man like yourself has this amazing platform, and I'm just so proud. But going back to the case, unfortunately, the thing that I want to say, look at all those powerful people from Einstein, whatever the island that he had, all those powerful people that, I don't know, allegedly, I'm going to say allegedly because I don't know. So that's probably the reason why they don't do, the laws doesn't go higher, or like the punishment doesn't go higher, because there are powerful people that are doing the same crap. You know what I mean? And then they feel like their money can buy their freedom. And it's so disgusting because I've been through that myself as a child, and it's not fun, to be honest with you. I mean, it's disgusting. And as a mother too, I was always, not making it to like my kid's stalker, but I was always paying attention to his everything that he was doing, even though to make it not to make it being like, oh, my mom is like, oh my God, watching over me or anything like that. I just kind of, had that, how can I say this? He had the confidence to kind of like let me see things or whatever, I don't know. But I will go in and check, because there are always going to be nasty people coming. Like, when they play video games, I remember my kid used to play video games. There were like all the adults playing in the Xbox thing, and I was like, and then my son was like, Mom, there's this guy asking me for my number. I said, excuse me. So there's a lot of, that's the bad thing about with technology these days. Kids are playing Xbox, and they're able to talk to people that are not even kids on the other side of the game, So I do believe that the punishment should be higher. They should actually put him in jail for life. Unfortunately, hopefully it happens, but unfortunately there's people that are powerful that that's probably one of the reasons why they haven't changed the law for all this nasty stuff that are happening. I was in tears, finding out about this little girl. And the one thing I want to say, and I know a lot of people are not going to agree with me, but it's possible that if she actually, her mom did not listen to her, did not believe her, I want to believe that it's something that it's not possible that it happened. But what if the little girl actually decided to, that it was over? You know what I mean? I mean, I don't want to believe that that's what actually happened. That, you know what I mean? Like, she probably went to her mom. Her mom didn't listen to her. Her mom didn't believe her, and she just felt hopeless. It's possible. It could happen. And that's probably one of the reasons why the guy has not been put, they haven't put charges on him, because it's a possibility. And I don't want to say it because it's sad for me to even say that a kid would actually go that far thinking that they're hopeless, that they're alone in this situation, but it could happen. Because if your own mom is not believing in you, and then you have this nasty mofo, I can cuss in your channel, but I want to say the MF word
Right.
to this guy who I hate so bad, and everybody that does that. If you're listening to me, you mofos, you need to stop that. You need to freaking stop that. And I think that's the reason why they haven't pressed charges on this guy, because maybe the little girl felt hopeless. She felt like, if she doesn't believe me, this guy's going to keep coming to my room. He's going to keep doing the things that he's doing. And then maybe it's possible. I don't know what you think. It's possible that she decided that there was no way out. And then, I
Yeah.
thought about that. I said,
That's thinking
what I
about
mean?
that,
Like,
thinking about the terror is crazy.
yeah, and that's why the mom is so nervous, because the mom probably thinking I should have believed her. Number one, she probably think I should have believed her, or I shouldn't listen to her, and that's why she's like all nervousness. And obviously, they wanted to hide it, because if they find out that this little girl did something to herself, then they're gonna investigate why. They're gonna find out what happened,
Right.
and they're both gonna go to jail.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Eventually. So they probably thought, no, let's hide this. So it's a possibility that the mom probably didn't do anything physically, but mentally, and she might have said something to the little girl verbally, and the little girl said, okay, it's over. It is a possibility. I want to think that it's not what happened. It's just, it could happen when a little kid goes into a full depression, and can you imagine the fear of a child going to bed and not being, I wasn't able to sleep. I wasn't able to sleep, just waiting for the door to open. You know what I mean? The fear that
The boogeyman.
the depression. Huh?
The boogeyman, really. Essentially the boogeyman, that person. Yeah, I know exactly the feeling you're talking about. When's that door gonna open? When is this gonna happen to me again? When am I gonna be uncomfortable like this again? Like, damn.
And maybe she wanted to run away, because if she mentioned that she wanted to live in the woods,
That shit tears me up, man. I don't know what it is, but that stuff tears me up when I think about it, because I remember feeling that. I remember feeling like, damn, but mine was a different situation. Like, I got to be dropped over at the babysitter's tonight, and this is going to happen to me. And I remember in my head, I threw fits, I cried, I did certain things, but I never told my mom why I didn't want to go to the babysitters. So just remembering that pain and the suffering here that equals up to this case. And it is triggering for us who've been through it, right? It's super triggering. But at the same time, we need to
I
hear these
ran
things.
away
We need
when
to
I was
keep
5
pushing
years
forward.
old.
I don't know.
I ran away when I was 5. I was 5. And then my parents were like looking for me like crazy. I was 5 years old and I ran away. So, you know what I mean? And it didn't cross my mind to do that, because, I was lucky that, I had, but she didn't have any, like, her mom didn't believe her. She probably was embarrassed going to her teacher. She probably told her friends, and, but she was afraid. I mean, this big old guy, I mean, like you said, you went through the same thing. And I think, I'm about to cry, because that is terrible. It's just terrible.
It is.
It's terrible for a child. It's terrible for a child who should be playing with dolls, or like playing with her friends, and that she didn't have the support of her own mother. Like, why would you go to work? I mean, if you work at night, leave your child with a stranger. And then I'm gonna tell you, how is it that, because my mother actually, you know, she sensed it, and she came to me. She said, what's going on? I know something is wrong. So for this person, to the dynamic that she might have had with her daughter, that she probably didn't have that relationship with her daughter, that for her daughter to feel confident to talk to her. And then when she finally decided, oh, this is done, the little girl probably just felt like, I'm done. I'm done with this. You know, like, how long is this going to happen? You know, and she finally got the strength to talk to her mom.
And I'm
then
sorry
her
that you
mom
had to
probably,
go through that. Like, honestly, I wish I could give you a hug right now and tell you that I know what that feels like, and
oh,
I
thanks.
felt that pain before. And just to everybody who's going through it, I would love to just give them a hug and say, listen, I felt that before. You're not alone. You're not alone in that. So I don't know. That's why this case here is it is a triggering case. And I understand when I see the comments like, I just can't look at that
Yeah.
document, or this document triggered me, or this and that. And, and yes, we do need to see these details. And just imagine what I'm thinking when I have to actually read the details in there, and stuff like that has happened to me. But she's gone. She's no longer here. She can't overcome the certain things. She can't go across that journey that I was on, that I'm on now. She can't live that journey. She's not here to express her pain. She's not here to get past of what happened here. Her life was stolen. So, again,
exactly.
That's the part that is even making it worse here for me. The details are horrible, but she did not get to live on further to tell her story, get over it. Nothing. She got robbed of life. And there's nothing. But
Exactly.
now we got to remember, Madeline Soto, she just turned 13, and her body was seen in a vehicle,
And
and
her
that's the last you known
birthday.
of her. That's the last you
Yeah,
know or
I mean,
hear
they
of her.
gotta make. I hope if they make a law, they make it with her name, Madeleine Law, the Madeleine Law. Just like when they did, the Amber, what do you call it? The Amber Alert. I hope they do the Madeleine Law. We need a Madeleine Law. We need our voices to be heard. And this is triggering, but it is worth to let it out, and it's worth to put the word out there. We need to stop not speaking about it, because it's happening, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop. I have nieces and nephews that are still babies, and I will KILLED anybody that try to touch any of my nieces and nephews. Well, I'm not gonna, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on your show. But
No, we talk reality, so.
You know what I mean? So they need to come up with a law. This needs to stop. They need to have more harsh punishment. And then the mom, I don't know if she should be in prison for life, but she needs to get, I don't know. She needs to get something. If she doesn't get anything from Earth, I know that God is watching. And eventually something, because karma, it's dark, and it's gonna come back to her to haunt her. So that's all I can say. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody here. And then please, people, speak.
I want to say to you, thank you for sharing your heart and soul with us too. I appreciate you doing that, calling up, sharing your heart and soul with us, and the passion that you are feeling over this case. I really appreciate you doing that. I think it's important for people like you to come out and speak, to help make a difference, because it does. You never know who you just helped, sharing a little bit of what you just said. And thank you so much.
Right.
I appreciate you being that light in the community that calls in and shares your story, but also gives your opinions and thoughts on the case too. And you're also thinking of solutions in your head of how we could put a stop to this. What can we do to put a stop to it? Thank you so much. I hope you have a beautiful night. God bless you. And you are not alone.
Too. Thank you. And I'll lock my doors.
Lock your doors. That's a good phone call. I really appreciate it. 219-885-9693. We are covering the heartbreaking story of Madeline Soto. There's going to be ups and downs over here, there really is. All right, 757 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hey Travis, Donna.
What's going on, Donna?
Not much. How you doing?
You know, hanging in there, trying to hear everything
Hey,
out.
I'll tell you, docuseries was great. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Oh yeah, that's right. It's out for members. I forgot.
I think it was some of your best work.
That's what I thought. When I made that docu-series that I just released to everybody last night, I don't know why. I was like, you know what? Let me put it out. It'll drop for everybody on Sunday. But for you guys that seen it, like, I really do think that's my best work to date.
No, it's really, really good. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I've kind of been listening to everybody. I've been doing my own research on this case because I'm kind of like sucked in like everybody else. But what if, I'm going to throw this out there, what if he didn't kill her? What if he wasn't the one that killed her? What if he's, yes, he's guilty of the sexual assaults. He's guilty of the pornography, and he's guilty of, what do they call it? Abuse of a corpse or something, moving the corpse or whatever. But what if it wasn't him? And the thing that's kind of triggered me on this and making me go this direction what was the one thing that the mother did not attend, but he was there? Her birthday party, right? Which was that Sunday. Okay, so her family was there. They had the party, blah, blah, blah. What if she came home and say he was doing something to her? Or they were involved in some kind of activity, who knows? Because this has been going on a long time. From what they're saying, this has been going on for a number of years. And, what if she snapped? Because evidently either they're broken up. One minute people are saying they're broken up. If they're broken up, what if he's showing the daughter attention? And this is going to sound really bad, and I don't mean it to, but I'm trying to just look at all avenues, okay? What if she's finding herself jealous because he's paying more attention to the daughter? Because I think she's aware of what's happening or what has happened.
Interesting.
What if she's not getting attention from him, but her daughter still is? And then something happens. She loses control, does something. Or say she comes in and she feels like something has happened, or she notices something that may trigger her to realize that something had happened while she was not there. And instead of being loving and caring, she lashes out and hurts this child. I have tried to find, I told you the other night that I heard something saying that she had no visible injuries.
Mm-hmm.
I can't find that, but then I can't find anything else saying that she had injuries either. So, she could have been drugged. She could have been drowned. She could have been, it could have been anything, But for him to leave that early in the morning with her, what if, my mind's going, okay, they're not charging him with murder because maybe they don't think he killed her. Yeah, he sexually assaulted her and did all those things to her, and all that. But what if they're leaning towards this mother as being the suspect of committing this crime, this murder?
Yeah, no, I don't know. You never know, Donna.
Mothers do this, we see it all the time. But jealousy, there's a lot of women that become jealous of their daughters. And I know this is going to really sound sick, but she's only 13 years old, 12 years old, really. She just turned 13. But if he was showing her more attention,
thank you, James,
than he ever showed, he was showing her, and they were broken up.
Wow, that is, We can't say that you're wrong, Donna. We can't say that because we have no idea what, we have no idea that no charges have been pressed. It's
And that's
getting weird,
right.
right? Because we're almost at Friday and this is almost a full 7 days. You know what I mean? Like no charges have been put forward. So it's like, I'm expecting something bizarre to come out, to be honest with you at this point.
I mean, I'm thinking back to Audrey. Let's go back to Audrey. The guy was already in jail, but as soon as she was found, there was charges dropped, correct? Right. Okay. So now, they found Madeline, and he was arrested because of, if you read about it, he's arrested not because of her murder. He's arrested because of what they found on his phone. Okay, so who's the murderer? Who's the one that committed this crime? Was she drowned? I mean, that's the first thing that popped in my head. Drowned or something, if it was something that was not like something that's obvious, visually obvious, like stabbing or, blunt force trauma or whatever. There's, limited options here, drugging, drowning, even strangulation, but, you would probably notice that. I'm kind of, I'm thinking, what if this woman lost her shit and went after this kid? And, may not have meant to kill her, but it happened. And they had to collaborate together because really, if she did do this, she could say, hey, you're going to help me with this because I've got shit on you. I've got stuff on you, and they won't even look at me once they find what's on your phone. Because all of a sudden he's deleting his phone, what scared him? I don't know. There's just, the more I've listened to things and the more I've read and just, even the conspiracy theories, like I'm putting out there right now, sometimes there's a little bit of truth in each one, but you just have to get the whole story. The whole story has to be written out. And I'm more and more leaning towards that mother doing something to her. And the way she approached him is another thing. The way she approached him in that interview, when they were interviewing her, it was almost like she was hovering over him. If you really look at it, I've watched it like 10 times today, and I'm like, man, she's emotionless. Her affect is really non-existent. Really, she's not showing anything.
Bing bang.
She's really hard to read because she's not expressing anything.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I actually watched shout out to everybody who emailed me the behavior panelist or the behavior panel and the analyst that I put analyst and panelist together. Listen to me. No, but seriously, they emailed it to me and I haven't watched it to its entirety. People were like, Trev, you seen this? I'm like, no, but it's 2 hours long and I will watch it when I'm relaxing later and I can focus on fully everything because, I like to hear from you guys. Obviously, we like to watch clips too, but I don't want to drown you out with way too many clips. Sometimes I'll have streams where I may not take a call and we watch and go over things. But at this point, we know all the information that is out there as of right now. We are waiting for a document dump, a PCA to come out, the arrest, the charges that are going to be filed. Not only from what they're finding, they're obviously finding more evidence to add to what they have already along with his phone, because if not, they would have already came out with something by now. And again, we're about to hit Friday tomorrow, and there's no new information that is surfaced besides stuff like, oh, well, she was cremated or the funeral was already like, we know those things. We want to know what happened to Madeline Soto. We want to know who. I don't know about the cremation, but
I haven't seen anything about that.
That's being talked about.
I know they had a memorial. They had a memorial, but the parents The family and stuff weren't there. Nobody was there. It was the community that had a memorial for her. But I haven't seen anything about even the release of the remains. I even looked for that today to see if her remains had been released, and they had not, from what I have found.
It just, I don't, well, the thing is this, and I think maybe, hold on, let's pull this up here. It says, update 3/7 of 2024, which would be today, ladies and gentlemen. It says, thank you to everyone for the overwhelming amount of support and generosity. We have reached the goal and have paused donations for the time being. There was a funeral home that graciously offered to cover the cost of Maddie's funeral. However, my family and I had already made arrangements when the offer was made. On March 6th of 2024, our precious Maddie was laid to rest in a private service surrounded by family and close friends. Again, thank you everyone for your support. So that was yesterday. That she was laid to rest. The cremation rumors that I heard, I've never seen this with my own eyes. So I say rumor until I know.
Who wrote this? Who wrote this?
The aunt. If you look at, okay, so it's the aunt that is writing this. Let's go to this. It's on this GoFundMe right here. They took a screenshot of this and sent it in to me. So, but I can pull up the full post right here. It says, hello, my name is Stephanie, and I am the aunt of Maddie Soto. Our family has been struck with the most horrible tragedy, and our sweet Maddie was taken from us. Maddie was the sweetest angel and brought so much joy to everyone around her. She was kind, loving, silly, and very funny. She had the most beautiful long blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and a radiant smile. She loved arts and crafts, painting and also playing video games and all of her pets. She was growing up to be the most confident young lady. The loss of Maddie has been completely devastating for our family, and we are reaching out to our friends, family, and the community to ask for support during this incredibly difficult time. We understand times are tough for many, and any support you can provide is greatly appreciated. The community support we have received thus far has been nothing short of amazing. The funds will be used for Maddie's funeral arrangements and to support our family. Thank you for our love. So there is, in kindness and support. But up here, she comes and puts an update saying thank you. They closed first of all, let me say this. They closed the GoFundMe. Not only did they close the GoFundMe, that's when Aunt Stephanie came on here and proceeded to update everybody today with the 3/7/2024, saying that they laid her to rest yesterday. So again, I don't know where the cremation rumors are coming from. I don't know, again, I can't say that she was cremated until I see a family member or somebody saying that, but that's their business. But yeah, I have, again, I have no clue if she was cremated. I've only seen people talking about it. So I got to say it's a rumor until I see otherwise.
Right. Well, I'm happy that that's done, They've put her to rest, and now they just have to focus on the case, I just want, just calling tonight. I hope that, I kind of just threw another, thought out there of what could possibly be. And, because it is kind of unusual that they haven't done anything. They haven't put any charges. So just wait and see what happens. I just wanted to throw another theory out there that I've been thinking today.
Well, I appreciate you sharing your theories. It's not out the realm of possibility that what you have said is taking place. It could have. We have no idea again on the crucial details inside of the evidence of this case that they're gathering. I know that law enforcement is going to keep that investigation pretty close, tight, and close-lipped. They're not going to put out too much information because at this point, I really do think they're going for mom. I could be wrong. I'm only speculating. As much, I'm speculating when I say that. But again, day 7 tomorrow, no arrests have been made in the Madeline Soto case. No, nothing. As far as the only arrest that we know about in the Madeline or regarding to Madeline Soto is Stephen Stearns being arrested, or Stephon Stearns, whatever anybody wants to call him. Again, he's locked up right now. And if you went and read that affidavit, it's obviously Maddie in that affidavit. So he was arrested for crimes that he committed against Maddie, but not murder. So again, who took her life and why isn't there murder charges out against the person who took her life. That's what we want to know. And we won't stop until we know every little detail about what happened to her. And that's that. Simple as that. There's nothing that nobody's going to be able to do to stop me from going live until we figure out what happened to Madeline Soto here in Osceola County, and she was dumped off into the woods like a piece of fucking trash. She was dumped like a bottle being thrown out the window, like nothing ever mattered before. So again, yeah, we are going to be live here asking questions, talking about certain things that some people may not want to talk about. You may not want to hear it,
Right.
but we're going to be here every day until we know the final answer, and that
Can I say
includes
one
the
more thing
trial
real quick?
too.
One thing real quick. I heard something today that kind of stuck with me. You know how they're saying that he had a flat tire on that route that he took?
Mm-hmm.
They're thinking that he was taking her elsewhere. This is one of the things that I saw today. And he got this flat tire, and they think he got scared
Mm-hmm.
and decided to put her body in those bushes just in case a police officer or somebody were to stop to either offer help or to see if everything was okay. He didn't want her, you know, if she was sitting in the front seat or wherever he had her in that car, you know, have some dead girl, you know, have this dead girl, sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that, I apologize, have this young girl dead in the front seat of his car.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying they think because he broke down with this flat tire, that was probably the only reason she ended up where she was, because he was probably taking her somewhere, evidently, where there was, you know, more seclusion, you know, because she was only, I think they said 60 feet from the road
Right.
or something. So
I heard she was 2 miles, but again, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I'm hearing all types of stuff. I'm waiting for that accurate information to come through. Donna, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for your thoughts, your theories, everything. We appreciate you. Great addition every time you call in. Again, anytime you think of anything, any thoughts, don't be afraid to pick up the phone. I have seen your email too for callbacks. And you know how it gets. Like, it's been real busy around here. Calls coming through. I love hearing from you guys. So thank you for. I'm just letting you know I see those emails too. Just so you don't think you're being ignored or something.
No, not at all.
Okay, I just want you to know that I do see your emails. So when you do email in for callbacks, I'm actually seeing it. That's why I said at the beginning of the show, I don't want to jump in too deep to clips, because a lot of you have been trying to call in and voice your opinion and thoughts and share ideas and theories and just different things. And I'm seeing that. So that's why we came straight to phone calls.
There's 2,000 people in your live.
Yeah, people
can't expect to get in every time.
Well, I appreciate you, Donna. Thank you so much. God
Take
bless
care.
you. Be vigilant. Lock your door. Donna, we appreciate her. 219-885-9693. Why is there yet to be charges against the person who took Madeline Soto's life? At this point, I don't even know if it was him that did it. Was it him? Yeah, I know. I mean, actually, it is him that did it, because her body was seen in the vehicle. But is there someone else that assisted him? Is that what's taking long? 360, you're on the show. Talk to me. 360, can you hear me? 3, 2, 1. 409, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hi, this is Susan. I'm in Texas.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
So I have my theories of why they haven't charged, or what I think.
Yep.
I think that, well, first of all, I think that the mother, I don't think that she necessarily knew or was part of him killing her, but I think that she's so emotionally attached to this guy and wanting this guy so much that she's just covering for him. If you watch in her video how she's consoling him, she's just more about him than her own child being gone. And I think that she just wants this guy so much that she doesn't care what he did to her daughter. And the reason I think that they haven't charged anybody with murder, I think it's coming. I think that they're just waiting for the autopsies. They've already got him in jail. Florida is one of the first states. They just passed the death penalty for rape against children.
I love
and
that.
I think when
the fact that they passed that. Put him to sleep.
Me too. Absolutely. And I think that it's coming, but I think they're just making sure they have it all lined out. I think they're checking the mom's, phones to make sure she wasn't a part of it. I think she's probably going to be charged with endangerment to a child and maybe can, help covering it up or whatever. But I think that they're just waiting it out to get all their facts. And I think he's probably they're going to make an example of him, and he's going to be one of the first ones that's going to be put up for the death penalty for this law.
I hope
so anyway.
I hope they get it. I really hope he does, because I mean, they're quick to put these dogs to sleep when they bite people, but we don't want to put these type of cowards away that are out here touching children and ruining multiple families. Like I mentioned earlier, it's like, okay, you're going to put a pit bull or a little dog that has bit a neighbor to sleep, but you're not going to put somebody away that is over here sexually doing things to little kids. That is, I mean, come on now. Somebody's going to be like,
disgusting, and I hope that they get it.
Like, is it a dog, or mention it to a dog? In general, and
I think that she should be charged with something, because I'm so tired of these women who need a man so bad that they don't care about their own kids. They're so desperate to hold on to somebody, and they're just not taking care of their children. And I think she knew, or I think she knew that it was going on, and I just think she wanted to hold on to him so bad that she just didn't care. He was more important to her.
Right.
And I hope that you use your platform, and, we can all sit here and watch and bitch and complain, but we need to start doing something and making tougher laws against these people. Because I know here in Texas, I think we're like we're in the top 3 of the most, child predators, and our laws are ridiculous. I work in the legal field, and they get what's called a stair-step program. So they might spend 6 months in a county jail, and they're let out, or they, get a good attorney and they plead it down so they don't have to register for a sex offender. And in the instance of whether a step parent or a parent, they get a stair-step program, so they're allowed like 20 hours of supervised visitation when they get out, and then it's like, they get more and more rights to these kids, and they're just putting these kids in harm's way, because statistically, they're going to repeat. You can't cure these people. I mean, if you look at the statistics, very few. But the laws just suck, and they're not protecting our kids, who are our nation's most important asset, in my opinion. So I hope that, we start following Florida's footsteps, honestly, and they just start putting them down.
Someone in chat said their grandson was killed by a babysitter. They didn't charge her till the autopsy came back. They get a lesser charge so that at least get that. Then the prosecutor will put more on. Thank you for sharing that information. Like I just typed out. I didn't want to talk over you, but she said that's crazy. Thank you for sharing that information, Crystal. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I think that they're holding him. They've got him in jail. He's off the streets. I think they're gonna make an example out of this guy, and I think he's gonna be the first one that goes up for the capital rape of a child. I think that's what's gonna happen. I think they're just waiting to see what the autopsy shows, and they're going through all the phones and all the video and waiting to see what the mom, if she was involved. But I really do think they're gonna make an example out of this guy. That's what I think anyway. And I think that when they go, they want to have everything so that he doesn't get, let back out to do this to somebody else. But I think they're going to make an example out of him.
I hope they do.
And put his ass down where he needs to be.
Right. Yeah,
and I'm tired. The other thing I'm sick of, and I'm sorry to talk over you. I'm real tired of these guys. Watch these guys. You've got Adam Montgomery. You've got this Stephon Stevenson. They're real big. They can hurt kids and, kill our children or whatever. But when they get arrested, they hide like little cowards. When they walked Stephen Stern from the car, he looked like he was just this frail little person. He wouldn't come to his arraignment. Adam Montgomery wouldn't go in front of the court. The idiot from where I'm from, about 45 minutes away, in Audrey's person, he wouldn't, come in front of court and acted like he was crazy. They're real big to hurt the kids, but then once they get caught, they act like little bitches, just wanting to sit there and hide, and they're not so tough anymore. And I think the guy from Livingston, I think they're going to get him, I think they've already charged him with capital murder. So hopefully he'll go down too. But that's what needs to start happening because it's more and more and more. They're hurting these children, and it's wrong. And I hope that, and I don't have any, thankfully I've been fortunate. I don't have anything that's ever happened terrible to me. And I'm very thankful, but I feel for everybody who does. And I hope that somebody somewhere starts listening and we get tougher laws on these guys.
Yeah,
that's what I got to say.
And no, and I appreciate the passion. Like that's what I want. I want to hear from passionate people who want change. That's the whole point of this, really. That and sharing stories, obviously, everything. That's what I want you to. I want different people to be themselves when they call in. If you're passionate about this shit, speak it. Live that shit when you call up.
It's sickening because they let these people out. Time and time again, I've sat in mediations with CPS and mostly with, offenders who've hurt their own children, and they get them 6 months in a county jail, and then they're still allowed visitation with these people, with their children when they come out. They do a stair-step program. And eventually, after 20 hours of everything going, supervised, they're allowed overnights to go out, and time and time again, I see it. They go out and then they do it again. And it takes, 3, 4, 5 times before they finally say, okay, enough's enough. But they plead it out, and then and it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And CPS, I know some of them are overworked, but a lot of them, they don't care. They just don't care. I've seen instances where good parents, have gotten in trouble over their child getting a spider bite, and they're constantly in the home, but you've got kids who are being murdered and abused who they just they turn away, or they don't give them the hard punishments like they need. And it's just crazy to me. And I hope that any women out there, you don't need a man. You can get out there and you can work and you can support your children. Your children, they didn't ask to be brought here. You brought them here.
Well, some people have, and I'm glad you're touching up on that, because some people do think that they need a man to live off of. And
they
vice
do.
versa. It happens on both sides of the fence. And let's make that clear too, because a lot of people won't speak on that. They'll talk about the mother and say that, she wants to live off the man, but they don't talk about men who want to live off the women either, because that happens a lot too. And that's happening.
You're absolutely right. And actually, Nancy Grace featured a case about a month ago. The father brought in a woman and there was an 18-month-old baby, and this woman, I don't know how long they had been dating, but she was so jealous of the baby that she gave the baby nail polish remover and killed the baby because she was so jealous. And this guy was dating her because he needed a babysitter or whatever. I don't know that he was using her for money, but he needed help, and it's crazy. So it does go both ways, but quit doing that. I don't even understand why some of these women, the first date, are pawning their kids off to these guys. Wait, these are your children. They didn't ask to be brought here. What is, and you don't need, do it on your own. Work 3, 4, 5 jobs if you have to, but do it on your own. Like that one lady who, she wanted a car, the little boy that's missing.
Oh my God.
She wanted a car.
It was like the car was the treat to get the boy, allegedly. You know what I mean? That's what it looked like to me. So I'm glad you're touching on that too.
She wanted the car, so she gave up her son, and that's just crazy to me. That is just absolutely crazy to me. It's sickening. And you can work, you can go to school. There's programs out there that will, help you get established. You don't need someone to take care of you to support your kids. I just don't get it. Protect your kids. They're, they didn't ask to be brought here. They didn't get to choose their parents, unfortunately. That's all I've got. I won't.
What about this? What is your thoughts on the CPS system that is failing these children when it's brought to attention? Because I know off my head, just in my personal life, many times that CPS has been brought to an attention, but nobody's being heard. Even as far as here's the video evidence of this corrupt shit that's going on, and these children's lives are being ruined over this. Here's the evidence. I have it to you. I hand it and sell it to them, and still nothing. Oh no, it's clean. We went there. It's clean. It's fine. It's this. It's that. It's this, that, and the third. they're failing them. There's maggots on the ceiling, shitty diapers and laying on the ground with feces coming out the side of it. Again, 12, 13 trash bags in the damn kitchen with maggots hanging, like I said, maggots hanging out the ceiling, dog shit in the kids' beds. The nastiest shit I've ever seen any child have to live through. And that's according how I grew up. I just never seen that in my life. I handed CPS. The officer that came into that house said it was the most disgusting house he's ever seen in his life. Word for word. And nothing was done. They completely ignored it. They completely let them stay exactly where they were. So let's talk about the failure of CPS and what they do, because they, even when it's brought to their attention, have ignored me and other people that I know.
They ignore a lot of people. It's an I don't care what state it is. I'm not saying all CPS workers are bad. Yes, they're overworked. They have a lot on their plate, but it's a broken system. It's a failed system, and something needs to be done about it, because I see it every day in what I do. It's just a broken system. They don't do what they need to do. It's something needs to be done. I mean, whether writing letters, complain on them, because they do take, the state will, after so many complaints, they will start listening, at least here in Texas. But it's a messed up system. Like I said, I've personally known somebody who almost got their child taken away over a spider bite, which was an accident. But then I see it time and time again. You've got kids that are truly in danger, being abused, being neglected, and nothing happens.
Whatsoever.
The parent, CPS comes, they look at the house, everything looks okay, and that's it. They close the case, and that's
They
it.
want to, this is the problem. I get it. They want to keep the children with the family or with the mother or with whoever, right? That's what their goal is, and that's clearly what it is. Because like I said, I've handed over proof. Not only proof, but they could pull up a body cam from when the officer walked in and said, "This is the worst I've ever seen." Like literally, it's like all there documented for them to see, and they still leave them in that position, knowing it's going to happen again, because this is that person's lifestyle. This is how they live. They live off having kids and using that kid as a dollar bill to the system.
Exactly.
Without giving a fuck with 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 different baby daddies. And not only is it being brought to their attention by one person, it's being brought to their attention by multiple people, the living conditions, the nastiness, and the different things. And then the system allows them to continue to use them as shields and pawns, as a dollar bill it's disgusting. We need a lot of change in the country. And you're right. I'm glad you brought this topic to hand tonight. Like, it needs to be talked about. It needs to be fixed. Is it going to happen overnight? Absolutely not. But if we shed light on it and continue to shed light on it, and it gains national attention, maybe changes could start happening. Maybe laws could be put down by people, or maybe, damn, I need to go to college and start, amping up to run for president or something, because there needs to be some fucking changes in our country.
There needs to be. And you have a platform, and yes, we can all sit here and we can watch it and feel bad, but we all need to start doing something, whether it's writing letters, doing rallies, like I think you mentioned a night or two ago, beating down doors. But something needs to happen. And eventually, if enough people get pissed off enough, maybe they'll listen, because it's just such a broken system. And it's in every state that it's a broken system. It's happening everywhere. And something needs to change, because kids are getting hurt, they're disappearing, and just more and more every day. I think I
lived this shit. Like, I actually lived through this type of shit. Like, I've walked and lived this life and seen it. I've seen the dark sides of it. Everything that you guys call it. That's why I do this shit. That's why I open these lines. That's why the passion is flowing out of me. Not only because I was hurt by this type of shit, but I've witnessed this type of shit. I've seen every dark side to the dirtiness that you could see and you could imagine on the other side, that a lot of people aren't seeing. I've seen it, witnessed it with my own eyes, lived through it. So that's why I come on here again and bring the passion that I have, and people talk about it all the time. But I don't think some people realize that I've actually lived in that dark side. I see these things failing the system or failing children. I've seen why it fails these children, and I've lived through it and been an example of somebody who was failed that turned it around on their own. And yes, we are not perfect. We all have problems. There's always going to be problems, but that's why I come and take to my platform and have everybody come on, not only myself scream from the mountaintops, but people like you who are passionate and want to see change within our system here, because again, it's failing multiple kids and 2 families, 3 families, 4 families, 5 families from one person. It's dark. It's nasty. I don't know. We need some change here in America, though.
We do, and I hope you continue to use your, your platform and your popularity and do something with it, because it's going to take everybody just getting pissed off enough to come together, and hopefully something can change. And I hope it does.
Absolutely.
But it was nice talking to you.
Thank you for
Sorry if
calling
I
in.
get a little emotional.
No,
I'm just
we
very
like
passionate
that.
about all this stuff.
We like the fire. We like the fire. We need to face the fire. There is a lot of problems in our country, again, with things that you mentioned just now, just in your phone call. And there's more that we could touch on. There's a lot more that we can touch on, but those are a lot of the main issues. Children being failed and let down.
And I hope that more states will follow. I know not everybody's, for the death penalty or whatever, but I hope more states will follow Florida's example. And maybe, that's what it's going to take. But I do think they're going to charge him. I think they're going to charge him. I think they're going to take him down is what I think. And they're just waiting to make sure that they have everything that they need to go in for the kill. And maybe the mom will get charged with, endangerment or something. But I think that she was just controlled or not controlled, but just so in love with this guy and thought she needed him so bad that she didn't care about her. She cared more about him than she did her own child. And that's sad. So she certainly didn't protect her child. But I think it's coming, and I think it's coming really soon.
I think it is too. That's why we're here talking about. Like I said, I woke up today again. Nothing, no charges, no nothing. I was like, all right, here we go.
I think they're coming, and I think they're gonna make an example out of this guy for sure.
Definitely.
And I hope they do. I hope I'm right. I mean, I might not be right, but I do think that they're gonna make an example out of him. And I do think she's going to be charged with something. I don't think that she actually had a part in the actual, unlifing the child,
We'll see.
I think she's just covering for him.
Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being
Thank
in
you.
the community. Look forward to hearing from you again, especially when this information comes out.
Thank you.
God bless. You be safe out there. Stay vigilant. Shout out to her. If you want to call in just like her, it's 219-885-9693. We are here. 903, you're on with me. Talk to me. 903 was like, I don't know if I could do this. 973, what's going on? You're live.
Oh, I made it through. Hi, how you doing?
Great. Shout out to Jersey. What's going on?
Hi. I have a few things that may be a little different avenue or different road or way I'm going to take this case. Well, number one, they may have filed charges already, and you don't know. In my opinion, maybe they're just not letting us know that they've even set up the arrest for the murder. But you know what this is reminding me of? I grew up in Connecticut, and there was this cold case. It was out in '86 of this little girl. Her name was Kathleen Flynn. And she was found in the woods. She went missing, was walking home from her middle school, day of being in school. And she was found in the woods, hard and severely beaten. And in this case, affected me because no one knew who did it. And it was in Norwalk, Connecticut. Unfortunately, they did the DNA, and they caught the guy. The guy's name was Mark Karun, Karun, and it was found through the genetic genealogy kind of situation. But what got me was that this is how I'm going to tie it in is that he came from money. And I was reading through a lot of the documents on this person, because they've put it on the internet, and there was such a history of him attempted kidnapping, all of these things, assaulting women and etc. And it was because his family had so much money that he kept getting off. And because of that, he was able to do this to this young child. And so what I'm going to go back now is that I hear that this particular person comes from money, and that he was doing terrible things in the past. And these families that help get these sickos and their families off of these charges through their money and their power, etc., they're harming other people.
Right.
And these, because you think you're saving your kid and you're going to bail him out, and he's doing terrible things, and he's a sick deviant that should be put to death, in my opinion. These things are happening to these children, and I think you parents, please do not bail your kids out with your boys or whoever are doing these terrible things because you have money and you could afford the best attorneys in the world that you can get them off. And there's a two-tier justice system for everybody out there. I just think it's terrible. And when you look at this woman, I just get so mad about this whole stuff. And when you see child abuse that goes on, and these women, they need to have their bed occupied. And like, I'm a single parent. Like, I don't want anybody around my child, my daughter. I wouldn't feel comfortable. I don't have the energy for that. I put my focus on her. And the other thing is that there was even another case years ago when I was visiting my grandmother in Massachusetts. This girl forgot her keys in the house, and she walked out, and the landlord let her go up in a ladder and go and get the keys. She was able to get access to the house from a porch that had the door open. And she has a stepfather finds out, and when he found out that that the landlord helped her, the next day I see a big welt on her leg the guy took a 2x4 to her leg, and the mother stays with him. He's whacked her. I'm like, these women are unbelievable. And I'm looking at, I'm all over the place. I'm not really organized with my thing tonight. But then the other thing, when I was looking at her interview, it looked like the same thing that Susan Smith did with her eyes. When they say they're looking up in the air, they're like looking for an answer and that they're lying, so that they can't even come up with an answer to what they're just making it up as they go along. And I don't think that she killed her. I don't think the mother did it. I really think he did it. And I do agree with the thing. He might have been filming that whole thing while they were what he did to her to make money. I was in agreement with the other caller a couple hours ago. But I don't know what else to say. I'm just really sick of these cases. We also have cults in this country that they're trafficking kids. There's a lot of stuff, that they don't do anything about. People get away with religious. They use religion as a way to do things to children, and all of this abuse. And I think that the law has to supersede their ability to be able to abuse their children in the name of any kind of abuse or any kind of thought process or ideology. That's just how I feel. And I don't think that you should be allowing these police officers that are probably doing it to their families too. You also wonder why that there's nothing being done about, if the police don't do anything. Well, sometimes they're doing it themselves. So I don't know. That's just my thing.
Yeah, I see. I'm looking at this because somebody in the chat brought it up. They're talking about something that came out on Pascal's channel yesterday. Shout out to Pascal, by the way, and the work that he does. It was this thing that says, I just found out that a friend of mine works with Maddie's aunt, and she said that the mom knew about him abusing her and that they would sleep in the same bed, and she watched and sometimes would join in the three, and that she's getting charged, and the autopsy of Maddie will not be on the news or out there at all, so that mom definitely knew everything. I'm absolutely disgusted. And the mom's boyfriend had a second phone with all of the abuse in there, which is so disgusting and horrifying. She most definitely had something to do with this. It's absolutely crazy. Well, if that is true, and I'm just gonna say that right now this is rumor. Just
right.
I feel like that's the responsible thing to do, and also that's what comes to heart is to say that right now this is rumor until I see some papers come out and clarify that this was going on. Then I could believe this, but as far as people, I got to take this as a rumor right now and say that I can't say
Well,
that this is
yeah,
a fact.
it's like a friend of a friend of a friend, right?
Right.
So that you really, it's like it's a little bit too far removed. There's too many degrees of separation, in my opinion. But I'm gonna make it short. But I just think that people, please don't bail your kids out when they're doing these bad things, because it's going to escalate into doing awful things to these children. Nip it in the bud. If someone's doing something, get them into therapy to stop their terrible behavior. Maybe something can be done about it before it gets to this level. That's it. I'll let someone else call in. Have a good night.
I appreciate you. Thank you for
You
calling in.
take
God
care.
bless you,
Bye
man.
bye. Take care now.
Sure, good words. Good words. I appreciate you calling in. 219-885-9693. We're here. I don't know. This is rumor to me, guys. I gotta stick to it and say that this is a rumor. We don't know. I don't know, because people out, right? Like this Rick guy that called in. For instance, this Rick guy that called in. I don't know what to think about that dude, because he said something about a sex ring. Then the next day, a sex ring got busted an hour away. So what's really going on? What is really going on? 865, you're live. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, it's Mary. How are you this evening?
Mary, you always get through, don't you?
Huh?
I said, Mary, you always get through, don't you?
Somehow.
We love
Hey,
you
listen,
here, Mary. What's going on? I'm doing great tonight.
Well, I love you guys too, and I'm so proud of you. I'm going to send you an email later, just for you, that I got something to share with you. But
thank you.
Anyway, one of the things I wanted to bring up too is, we look at people like this guy, but then you see people like Warren Jeffs. You know who he is?
Warren Jeffs.
He's in prison life. He's the leader of the Fundamental Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, who got busted on child sexual assault and was sentenced to prison and life sentence in Texas.
Sex crimes.
And the thing that
crimes involving children. Hey, oh yeah, I see. He is the leader of a the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, the cult.
Yeah, it was a fundamental. Yeah, it's an offshoot, and there's a whole documentary on him. If you want to see something to make you sick, man, it tore me all to pieces. But the problem is that I think it's his son or his brother, whoever it is that's the next in line, they still go to the prison or have conversations with him out of prison on still how to run what they're doing. And it's still child sexual abuse. And they're getting away with it. Why don't they shut these people down in prison? Why are they allowing these people to have conjugal visits, family visits, whatever? If they're in a gang, they're in a cult, whatever it is, why are they allowing these people to have any communication with somebody like this? And there was a whole big docuseries on this thing. It will freak you out.
I haven't seen it. I'm gonna have to check that one out. I haven't seen it.
I'll send you a link to it. It will absolutely, it will freak you out. And it's like, but authorities know that this man is still pulling the strings and still doing this stuff from his prison cell through his followers, and these girls are still being molested.
My God. Through followers from prison. I definitely got to check this out now. This is crazy.
He has the next person in line since he got busted, and they have things with him constantly, and he's running it basically from prison, but they are still following the things of having sex with girls as soon as they turn 11, 12 years old. And they're getting away with it. And I don't understand. So, for our country, call ourselves Christian and believers or whatever you want to say. We believe in family. Oh, go family. What the hell?
Yeah. No doubt. I mean, it's a lot. There's a you hear the stories about these pastors and different things like that. I mean, but it's like they come in all walks of life. So I gotta put them in all categories because you could. There's people that do this to children in schools,
Yep.
Churches, that work
Yep.
at everyday regular places that you go to, that you shop at.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to know that that's why I constantly say the phrase, lock your doors, be vigilant. Be vigilant when I say be vigilant, there's such a deeper meaning behind that. Be vigilant. Watch your surroundings. When you're out with your family, make sure that nobody's following you. You don't got to be overly paranoid, but just be vigilant of everything that's going on around you so that if somebody is following you or doing something weird, you can take action if need be. You don't have to be overly paranoid and go super crazy, but it's important for people to really pay attention to the surroundings because it's not happening clearly a lot. And we could start with shows that will show you an example of what I mean. See No Evil. Throw that show on, the first season, the first episode ever. I think it was Chelsea. I'm trying to remember her last name. Blonde hair girl. She goes into Walmart. She's followed around in Walmart or Kmart. It was either Walmart or Kmart. She was followed around inside that whole entire store, right? And she didn't even know that this guy was following her. Not only that, she gets to the parking lot and they run out and yank her up, throw her into the vehicle, go and do stuff to her, then take her life, drop the car back off there. That's why I'm constantly saying be vigilant. It's be vigilant for things like that because we can go out, we can have a great time all day, all night long, all we want to, but something bad or bad things do happen to good people. Straight up.
That's very true.
And when you're walking out into a predator's, area where they're out shopping to do some evil things to people, that's why be vigilant. You need to stay focused on being vigilant when you're out in the public because we let our guards down sometimes when we're feeling real happy and you're feeling euphoric. You're not thinking about if anything bad can happen, and it does, and that's how things do happen. And I'm not saying that everybody could prevent everything. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is if we be more vigilant, you may be able to.
Right. And if you're in a store and some little kid is looking at candy, or they say a lot of the perpetrators go to places like Walmart and they watch for parents who are not watching their kids. Mm-hmm. They watch for children and see how they're dressed. If they're half dressed little 4-year-olds or half dressed little 12-year-olds, they look for that. And they'll follow you around. They'll watch the parent if you're not paying attention, and they start marking those kids as targets. Mm-hmm. And that's how this and this is coming from the police force, that in some of the stuff that I've been through with education, where they they talk to perpetrators like this, people that have been charged with this stuff, and they say, how do you do it? And they tell them, they say, well, it's easy, man. You just go to pools, go to Walmart, go to parks, go to fairs, go to soccer field, go to softball field, and watch who's not being picked up. Watch who doesn't have a parent. Watch who's half dressed. And I'm not saying that people can dress and do the things. People died in this country for us to have the rights to dress and do what we want to do.
Absolutely.
But we should be vigilant, like you're saying. And the thing of I have a right to leave my windows open with no curtains. I have a right to walk in my underwear, bra, or nothing on past my window. Yes, you do. You certainly do. People died for you to have that right. But the asshole outside your window that's watching you, waiting for you for a vulnerable moment, they think they have a right to you too. And so it's unfortunate that we have gotten to a place where we have to be that vigilant for ourselves. I met a friend of mine in a parking lot at Walmart. We were down here in Florida, and we were getting ready to go somewhere, and we were going to take one car. And I pulled in, and I watched her pull in, and then I saw this guy in a pickup truck pull in. He pulled in diagonal to her, like if he could grab her, he could take off really quick. And she was totally oblivious to it. He didn't know I was sitting there watching him, and she didn't even know I was in the parking lot yet, but I was watching him. And I told her when she got out of her car, I said, you did not even see that guy in the truck parked with the front of his car toward the back end of your car watching you. And, watch stuff like that, because that's what these people do, even in parking lots. It's crazy. It's crazy that we have to be that, that vigilant about watching what we're doing. The other thing that I have a real concern about too is that, and I hate all this has happened, but I'm glad that you're being a platform to get this conversation started. So if we have kids out here that are watching you, listening to you and going, okay, I've been abused, who do I go to? We've got to have connections for them to talk to in a safe place and reach out to somebody.
What about the idea that the woman had earlier? I thought that was a great idea. It's just, I think that it opens up something for lawsuits, though. Like if we put up, you know, we could put whoever's name there, but you know what I'm saying? Like it could open up some things. Like we want to make sure we also, if we're going to put names up there, we need to do our research on those names and not just throw names up there because somebody told us. We have to be able to verify the story, one. And so you get what I'm saying? So I love that website idea that was called in earlier. It was great.
No, I do. I absolutely believe that there are innocent people that, in fact, one of the kids I had on probation lied about a stepdad abusing her, and the judge we were in court, and she was my kid that I was working with, and the judge pulled us into the chambers, and she's going, something's not right here. She's been a judge a long time. And the little girl finally admitted that, yeah, she was lying. And she said, where did you get the idea? She said, well, my other two friends said this is how they got their stepdads out of the house that they didn't like. And I'm just going, okay, you know, there's two sides to the coin here. You've got people that are getting away with this stuff, and you've got other people that can get charged with something that they never did just because the kid says. So that's why mental health in this country needs to get back on track. That's why we need to have resources for these kids to go talk to somebody and the ball get rolling. DHS or whatever, CPS or whatever, ain't going to do it. They can't. We've got to come at it from another angle. And I don't know. I don't know what the answer is going to be. I mean, how many kids have to die? How many women have to be assaulted as they're jogging through the park and killed? You know, these women all over.
Right. Post their mugshot. She's right about that. Post their mugshot. A story, you know, something along with it. I think that idea was great earlier. The person who called in said that we should come together. And actually, I remember who it was. It was a Texas veteran. Shout out to Texas veteran for that idea. It was a great idea. She said that, you know, a way that we can do it as public together. Let's get together and make a website where people who have been, you know, are victims and their abuser is still out there, to put their names on there, and people can go look at this website if they ever feel anything is wrong and see and start to check names. I mean, that has so much potential to be a very nice website. To be honest with you, that was a good idea. I think that Texas veteran came up with that very well. She put some thought into that, and I think that we should do it. I think that we should do that, honestly, because it'll help. It could help a lot of people. It really could.
The sheriff that we were telling you about last night from Polk County, he does that. He brings up every single picture and holds it in front of the counter and says, in front of the camera, and says, this is this man, this is his name, or the woman, this is where they live, this is what they've been charged with. You know, he puts their face out there. And I've seen him arrest his own officers for shit and put their name out there.
Somebody said
and so you know, I have to give it, he's got a task force that he started here in Florida. It's amazing. And if you ever get a chance to go listen to him about starting that task force, he is serious about trying to get at least this state, starting with his county, under control, because it is out of control. But yeah, I think, you know, we have to come up with different ways that we can say this to kids, we can say this to parents or whatever, but if we don't have a viable resource for them to tap into to get the real legitimate help they need, then it's all talk. We have to back it up with something.
Yeah, he had no record. We know that, Duchess. We already know that he didn't have no record. I've talked about that the last couple of days over and over again. Sometimes there's not signs to help, but I mean, I've been covering a few cases the last couple of weeks where there was signs and there was things that were there. So in reality, signs are sometimes there. You know what I mean? Like sometimes there's signs, but in this case, absolutely. Again, children's lives are getting robbed over and over and over again. And who knows if this guy ever has did anything to another little girl and she just hasn't said anything. We don't know that. We do not absolutely know that, but I can't just throw that out there and say, hey, he did this, because there's nobody standing up to say so.
No, we got to stay on cue on the facts. And the other thing too is something that came to me last night really late, and I just felt like, I was going to sound woo-woo to people, but I just felt like Maddie was talking to my heart. And she said, please don't let people forget who I am. I'm not this crime. And, you know, I am a soul. I'm a person. I am a sweet girl, and people need to know about me. We know a lot about them, but I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general, we don't know a lot about her. And these jerks get off on their information getting out there, you know, and poor little Maddie, we just don't get that information out about these kids enough. And it just rips my heart out to think about these sweet babies that's what we know them for, you know, that's what we know them for. We know them for cases. We don't know them as their little spirits and their little person. So anyway, I love you. Thanks for your time.
You're welcome. Yeah, of course. Anytime you feel like calling in, you know what to do. Just pick up the phone, dial the number. We're here. I appreciate you, Mary. Thank you so much. Thank you for having an opinion, sharing your thoughts with us. I hope you have a good night, and make sure you lock your doors before you go to sleep.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
219-885-9693. I'm telling you, it can happen. I love watching this. 330, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it.
Yes,
let me turn this off. Oh, I am so glad. I have been trying forever. I believe with the caller a few before that the mother is very involved. I believe that she did work Sunday night, came home, she did see Maddie dress, they got into it, and I believe that the mother is the one who's responsible for unaliving this beautiful child.
Mm-hmm.
And she had stuff on him, who knows what, but he is covering up for her. And it just so happens that he had all this other stuff. And I think they're waiting to get the autopsy results back for possible drug usage. And Maddie's mom will probably be arrested. There's so many inconsistencies to what she's saying. Her behavior, she was consoling him in the one video. You know, she was making sure he was okay. But I believe that she had him take either Maddie's stuff or her over to her mother's that morning. That's why they have that he was over in that area. I think she was dropped off over there after this. He cleaned up and the body was in the car. She probably helped him get the body in the car and then taking her over to her mother's. She came home from work. She worked midnight. She was late. You know, she came home. She said she saw Maddie dress at 8 a.m. There was a altercation between Maddie and her mom. And I think that he is covering up for her and got caught up with all his nastiness. But I really appreciate you taking my call, and I'm so excited. Hello, T-REV gang. I just love your show, and I'm so intrigued. And I am a person who is triggered by this, and I follow it because there's a lot of helpfulness in my life watching this. It is something that we have to talk about more, and these babies have to be more protected because it's happening. This world is ugly, and I don't think it's going to get better overnight, but we must stick together and try to help these children of our future. I absolutely agree with that. But thank you, T-REV. I'll let somebody else call in. I appreciate your time, and keep up the great work and helping all of us get through these tough times. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you too. And thank you for anytime you want to call or get through and you can't get through. Maybe you were one of the emails from last night that I read that was like, man, I wanted to get through. I tried the whole entire time. I felt so bad when I read that email. They said they tried the entire time. And there is people that try a lot of the time. So
forever. I think people are just getting the idea that the mother is so involved in this. She's so involved, and I think it's going to come out. But like everybody has agreed, that they've got to cover everything in this to get a good case. It's so complicated, but there's so much proof and evidence. So I think that, Maddie, there will be justice. I do believe that, but there's not going to ever be justice if we adults, I'm 63 years old, and I am just learning and how to heal from an ugly past. And people just didn't care back in my day, 60s and 70s. It was a hush hush. It didn't happen. And today it is out there. People see it. They just need to be more vigilant about reporting it. They just got to do it. Who cares who it's going to hurt? You're going to save a child. This is what's going to happen to these beautiful kids if we don't get a handle on it. It's awful. It's just awful. But thank you, T-REV. I appreciate you, and enjoy your evening. I hope things go well for you.
Thank you. You too. God bless.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wonderful words. Shout out to love and light to her. 219-885-9693 as we continue to cover the Madeline Soto story. No arrest made, no nothing. Yeah, there has been as far as found this phone, but not to the murder. You want to know when those charges, you want to know the deep details and what went on. 601, what's going on? You're live.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the air.
Oh, I don't want to be on the air. I'm calling about Maddie.
Yes, ma'am.
I was looking at the map, and then it shows the affidavit, and it shows, or his arrest papers, and it shows his phone number in one of them. So I just Googled the phone number, and it shows a property that he has listed like 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that already?
No, I haven't. Nope, not at all.
It's not, you look at the map, it's like straight across from where they found her body. Is it possible he was possibly going there or coming from there? To that property?
That's a good question. Was he coming from there?
Or going that direction? I'm on the phone, and that's where I was looking at it. I don't have a computer.
I got you.
But
I said nope. I'm not sure.
can you see his phone number?
His phone number. No, I haven't even looked. I haven't been checking this for his phone number. Where's his phone number? What's the phone number? We'll look it up. We could pull it up right now. I don't mind.
Hold on 1 second. I'll give you.
We could pull that bad boy up right now.
Did you find it?
They're both on the same page. They're both on the same, or they're both the same age. You talking about, are you talking about on the marriage license and chat? I see you. They're both the same. Man, it looks like it. Yep. Could he be using properties to SA? Marlon Rando. That's what. Great question. Yeah, I have no idea what number you're talking about, but which number is it?
Hold on 1 second.
You're good. Take your time. You're fine. No rush. No pressure.
It's 407 256 1832.
Okay.
And that was on the arrest warrant. That wasn't redacted.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. That pulled up immediately.
And it shows the property.
143 Briarcrest Drive.
Okay. Let's see.
And if you pull that up on the Google map and look at where the map that everybody's posted where they found her, and they were saying that they found her just right off the highway, but where he supposedly had a flat. If he hadn't had the flat, maybe that, I don't know, there might be evidence or something there. I don't know. I'm not a detective. I'll leave that to them, but it's just
Brianna in chat said this
terrible.
It's about something the body language lady from Court TV said. She stated that Madeline and her mother were in conflict as she said she saw. No one else was speaking on this. Interesting. I don't know. I just don't believe that this is his first rodeo, allegedly.
No, the friend said that
I mean, as soon as you search that number,
dated somebody that was 14. I believe both of them were. After watching Sound of Freedom and things that are just going on in this world is terrible. And people are doing things for money that is terrible. Terrible. The children. But I believe the mother's involved as well. I don't have children myself, but if that were one of my nephews or my niece there's no way I could not have had any more emotion than that.
That's what we need. We need some change in the laws so these people can stop. Like the people that actually are out here committing and that they're getting deals from our own justice system. These deals could be anywhere from, who knows, 6 months in jail all the way up to life. But I'm speaking specifically about when I talk about these type of predators, which I can't, he hasn't been, the only thing that I was able to find on him was traffic tickets. Let's just put it that way. So when there's no sign like this, okay, that I get that part, but there is signs out there for people like, again, Don Stephen McDougal. That dude that did the shit that he did. He already had got caught for enticing a minor and then stabbed somebody and literally his name came up in the investigation early on. And then that's how Audrey Cunningham passed away. There's this constant failure from these people out here in the society getting slaps on the hands and deals from these judges when they go into court because maybe one can afford a good lawyer or somebody that's good at talk. You know what I mean? They get them into these deals and they're able to get right back out and continuing to make families suffer. Point blank, period. Whether it's a child.
I think parents need to be parents more, though, too. I don't know. I was never exposed to things like that. My dad and my mom kept up, and they were divorced, but my parents were parents. And I think even as a single mother, my mother, she had to work. She was out of the home a lot, but we were taken care of when we were with her. And we were held accountable for our actions as well. We were not just, things were not, I don't know, just dismissed, or that is how it is these days. But it's terrible.
Yeah, I see what you're saying too about this part on the actual affidavit. The number. I see what you're talking about and what you went and did with that. That's the first thing that showed up.
Yeah, it said that it was available 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Or that was 2 weeks ago. I don't know. It's just, they were saying that they weren't sure that that's where he was going to put her body if he had not had the flat.
Mm-mm-mm. Well, again, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for sharing information with us. Well, I'll have to check in a little bit deeper
And thank
into
you
what
for what you do.
Yes, you're welcome. And I will continue to be here. I've been here for what, like almost 2 years now. I haven't went nowhere. I love this. This is my calling. I'll always do this and several different cases I've already have. And that's why I do it. Let's make a change. Let's make a difference. It's not going to happen overnight. I can promise you that. It may happen later on down the line. It could be 20 years from now, 5 years. We never know. But that's what we're here for. We're here to stand up and as a community, not just sit back and watch these shows that they show on TV. Not just we're taking it an extra mile and we're actually speaking out about it and how we want change. And we will be heard. You best believe that. I will make sure we're heard.
Absolutely. If it's just one person that saw it and sees your program and it brings attention or awareness to help one person, that's a calling.
Absolutely. And I'll let you know what I come up with this number and properties and certain things like that too, because I want to look more into what you were bringing up, because I think it's a good point. And also with the person in chat that brought up, nobody really was taking this look. I think we should look down that avenue. Maybe I add that section into the docu-series that I'm working on. I didn't even think about looking up that number. So again, thank you for calling in and sharing that with us and sharing your thoughts too and your theories. I appreciate you. God bless you, man. Lock your door, stay safe. And I hope to hear from you again.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a sweet lady. Very nice person. 219-885-9693. We are talking about the case here again. Stephon Michael Stearns, the son of a bitch that did what he did to Madeline Soto. Is mom involved? 903. 903, what's going on? You're live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the air.
Well, I be. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. What a show. I have just unbelievable the stories that you hear. You know, when I'm 66, my name is Jalen. And I remember when I was 12 years old that my dad 2 times tried, but he didn't. And I look at what y'all been through. I mean, it traumatized me at 12 to where I did not trust. I had to have a light on. When they all went to sleep, I had to have a light on. But I can't imagine. And I don't understand what's going on. Well, I do understand because we're in a spiritual war. Nobody cares. The government does not care. So that means the people, we're the church. We're the one that's going to make a difference. And people talking and people being, I know that there's healing happening and it's a slow process. I mean, it still bothers me today. My granddaddy never touched me. And I can't imagine. I just can't even go there to think, why? What is wrong with men? What is wrong with mothers? You just kill your kids. Or I hate a woman so bad I'm going to kill all her kids just to get back at her. And go to prison for it. Don't care. But if you hurt her, don't have those kids. And I don't understand. How do you kill your babies? I have 4. 3 boys and 1 girl. And I'm going to tell you what, even back then, my kids didn't go nowhere. They went to school. I took them. I picked them up. And there was nobody around. I didn't have a family that cared, didn't care. And that's what it looks like. That's what we lived back in the 60s and 70s. Because women didn't matter anyway. And then now we're just like unbelievable that women, and I know that I don't know what happened. I don't know how involved she is. But you know, she knew something. You look at that with behavior panel. I mean, the way make you understand what is she doing. And you know she's lied. So I don't know how involved she was, but if you knew that the man that you love or married to, I know they're divorced probably now, but touch your little girl, that's how perverted the world is. The perversion. That's what I was telling my husband earlier. Such perversion. People don't care how they dress. There is no modesty anymore. None. Everything's sexual and perverted and pornography, and the government doesn't care. Their children are good. They're in special schools. They've all got nannies probably that took care of those kids. But the middle class is just about gone. We're just right there with everybody. I live in Texas. But I know one thing, if you get caught in Texas, there's several mothers. They're on death row. They don't play. But how do you catch them? I can go online and put my phone number, my address in, and it shows me every pedophile are in this area.
Damn.
And their names. But I want to tell you something, T-REV. I feel your spirit. You're an awesome man of God. And I don't even think you know the power that God has given you. So all things work good. It will finally start. You're rising up. You're getting past, and you're helping people that they've had a hard time. I think there's people that never even talked about it, but they can talk about it with you.
I've had some people tell me that, and I'm like, wow,
You have an anointing. You have an aurora about you. There's something that's the anointing of God. That's what it's about. It's about a people, mothers, fathers, Christians, I don't care, that know who God is. We got to stand up. Because our children, at any time, my grandchildren, you don't know the world is evil. And you better look, you better watch. That's why I was, just because of my daddy asked me to. I can't imagine. And T-REV, you've been through. But boy, I tell you what, the devil's mad. He didn't get you, did he?
He's mad he didn't get me. You're right.
No. And look at the calling of God that you've got on you, and you don't even realize it. You're the preacher. You're the man of God. There is not a church around here that I want to go. People are so fake.
I don't go to church either, but I believe in God, and I know He's with me.
I know that. I know you. I know. You see it. Yeah. But you, oh boy, you got so many people praying for you. There are so many people praying for one another. Are hurting. People are hurting. And it's time. Because I'm going to tell you, for 3 days, I have just cried and cried about this case. About the children the man that smothered his 2 kids and then tucked them into bed and drove off. And the mother went up there to see where kids was. He done smothered them, killed them. This is a couple of weeks ago. How many children? You look it up, how many kids in the last month? Something's going on. It's the devil that we're dealing with. But we got the power because we know who God is. He is the power. Yeah. So you remember that. And I'm sorry for what you went through. But you know what? God chose you.
Well, and I know everything fell in place for me when I stopped questioning.
That's right. Oh my God, that is right.
I'm just being honest.
You know why?
I stopped questioning everything and just let Him into my life fully. And I get people that don't believe in God, and I respect everybody's opinion, as everybody knows. Like for me, I'm just saying I stopped questioning if God was that why God, why I stopped doing all that and just embraced. And
because you didn't feel like you were good enough to do nothing.
Yeah,
you were a broken little boy that grew up into a man. But I can just see it's like it's all gonna come out. You just wait. Have really got it going, and I know God. And it's all over you. The anointing of God is all over you, and I thank you. I thank you for what you do. I have sat here the last 3 days, and I watched this, and I listened. People are being healed. I believe that with all my heart, and this is the platform that's doing it. People are being healed. And Rev, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
God's using you. And he's using all these people are really family. These people are calling in, they're hurting. But I praise God that you made it through. You did. You did it, and you got there. And it was a long road. We've all been down those long roads. Not me that, but thank you so much.
Yeah, there's still stuff on that long road, There's always stuff.
It's always going to be. It's always going to be. I think it's like it chips away.
Yeah.
You talk about it, and it's like the more you talk about it, and you talk about it, because I seen you earlier. You really broke listening to that woman.
Yeah.
And that's what I say, the compassion, love, and kindness.
It goes
if everybody would, yes, that's what's going to get them through. That's what's going to get them through. And God just needs to take a hold of that women that are not nurturers. They should not be able to have babies.
Well, my thing is this, like, imagine spending your whole life telling people, the people that you thought were there, your parents or whatever, telling them things that you were wrong. And then people looking at you and saying, I don't believe you, when you're sitting there telling them word for word. And y'all are more family to me than my own family's ever been to me. My platform.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of you that are in here, I'm closer with a lot of you than I am with my own family. And that is the actual facts of everything that I'm speaking about. I don't have a close family, a close knit family. It's never been that way for me.
Because God separated you from them. You couldn't be the man that you are today. You separated yourself. And that's what I was telling my grandson. He'll be 21 in August. You have to separate yourself. You have to watch everything. You just have to. I mean, it is not safe to go to the bank. It's not safe to drive. You don't know who's got a gun, is going to get mad, going to shoot. I mean, the world is gone nuts. Yeah. I praise the Lord. His anointing will get us through. And he is using. And I thank you so very much. I really do.
Thank you for the kind words. A very kind conversation and kind things you said to me that went through my soul. And I felt what you're saying and connected.
Don't you feel that anointing? People think when they say that God speaks to them, well, Jesus. But it's not that he speaks to me and I can hear it. It's it in your brain. He talks to us. When you get that feeling or you get that hit in your stomach, there is something going on. I just can't imagine that woman. I wanted to say this. I really want to know what kind of family that the sister of Jennifer's, that they knew they were doing that.
Yeah, it's a good question. Honestly, was there signs?
Because I'm wondering, have anybody searched out that family? Has this something that's gone on and for generations? Because I can't understand. I'm going to tell you something right now. I will be whooping somebody's ass. I am telling you. I have watched my daughters and my sons, their kids.
She said, I'm going to whip somebody's ass.
That's right. Let me tell you, my boys know. I mean, I was like a hawk. I knew. I felt. I mean, when you get a place in your life and it's an everyday walk, I'm not saying life ain't hard, and it is. Right now, it's really hard to look and to feel what we feel, because I know what you feel. Yours is probably just so magnetic. That's what I would call it. I mean, it's just awesome to see. And I haven't known you. I haven't spoke to you. This is my second time. The first time I just cried, really. I'm just, it's like I'm going to church. There's my family. The church family.
Yeah, no, I get those messages from people and they're like, man, you haven't been on in days. And usually you go longer for hours. It's like people just know when I'm going through something. They'll hit me up. It's like people that been around since I've either covered Idaho 4 or whatever. They know when I'm going through something because you'll see a change in my pattern. It just is what it is.
Yes.
It's a fact.
Yes, because I worried. A couple of weeks ago, I was really concerned about you. I felt like something was going on. You hadn't been on it 2 or 3 days, and I just felt it. And, you know, that's what everybody needs. They need the people to be warring around. You know, the Lord gave us 30,000 angels. Each one of us has got that. The angels are waiting for us to command them to, what do you need? Let me tell you what, I plead the blood over my grandbabies. At night, I pray for every single one of them, kept those angels about them, that the evilness cannot touch them. Because it's going to take a praying nation. And the government has got to be changed.
Yeah,
I don't know anybody that's worth anything that really gives a care.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for Chicago, Philadelphia. Look at Philadelphia. Lord, nobody cares.
It's sad.
Nobody cares.
These kids they grow up in this, well, right down the street. They're growing up in a community that is thriving off violence. They're born into, you know, gangs like the Gangster Rifles, and they're handed a gun at 10 to 12 years old, and they're out there and they're rapping about, you know, murdering people and taking life. I mean, there's a lot of things going on, and that's going on all over the country. And just as well as these sick predators, these pedophiles, these people who are doing these things to children that don't even have a track record of doing these things with children. So it's concerning when it comes to that. Now, as far as the predators that are getting the slaps on the hands, they just, like I said, a one strike, it's a wrap. It should only be one strike. It shouldn't be 3 or 4 or however many chances.
And and when you see they said the video, I mean, when what they're saying that he was doing and filming it, videoing it, I mean, I just think people like him don't deserve another ounce of breath. I believe that. I believe they need to get the firing squad. I don't care, something. Get them out. I want to feed them in jail. I mean, my Lord, they get to live what? He's going to be in protective service. I mean, they're going to protect him. They're going to protect him. He got really good, but not Madeline, did she? That's what pisses me off so bad. What a pervert. A little girl. I just don't understand that.
I don't know how somebody could get off on that. I'm sorry. I just don't.
I mean, really
understand it. I'll never understand it. You could never get me to understand it. I'm a person who, you know, like me, a long life, I've always been with someone who's older than me. You get what I'm saying? So it's like when it comes to that, like I can't even imagine. You get what I'm saying? That is this to me. It's disgusting.
I mean,
absolutely disgusting. It makes my stomach turn. That the fact that there's grown men that are looking at these young teens all the way down to single digits, and they're driving on that. I just don't get that.
I mean, what is exciting about a little girl? What a pervert. That is a pervert.
Absolutely.
And you want to slap her. You want to slap her so she comes to whatever the crap she's in a zone. Girl, wake up. I mean, tell the freaking truth. I mean, do that for your daughter. But that's right, though. They didn't care about her. And apparently the family didn't either. Because if the aunt knew. I'm wondering why. Hey, somebody needs to go get her in there, and let's find out what the crowd. I mean, was she involved? Were other family members involved?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I want to know. I want to know if this mother's involved. And from most opinions
Yeah.
that I've seen from these body language experts, they are, I think 1 out of the 6 or 7 that I've watched said mom was sus, and the other one said no. I believe she's innocent. Or
Dr. G.
Yep.
Dr. G, yep. But I'm going to tell you what. I was so excited this morning because it was coming on. I sent you, I don't know what I sent, a text or something to watch it. Oh my God, it's just so amazing to watch. But I always watch them because it gives you an idea of because probably what they know, because they're very, very experienced. FBI, CIA, they have worked for all of that. And not the government. They care. And I just can't understand. Somebody else should have talked to her. Because the guy that asked the stupid question, I mean, when you ask the question, let's get right there. I don't care if her legs are jumping in the air. Don't care. You push it. That boy did not push nothing. No truth of nothing. I wish one of them could have interviewed her. And I don't know where she's at. When I called you the other day, I just told you I thought she did do it. But then it's so confusing. But I guess I'll get off of here.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your kind words.
Hey.
Again, your kind words, you touched my soul. And I appreciate everything that you said, your thoughts, your theories, even the regular conversation with me. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being a part of the Rev Gang.
And remember, we're always praying. We're always praying for you. You hear me? You got a village.
Yeah,
probably got more than a mountain full. We're with you. We're praying for you. So you have a good night, and thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. You are such a sweetheart. Thank you. I appreciate her. Good gracious. She got me tears to my eyes and stuff over here. Thank you so much. Way too kind. 804, you're in the talk.
Okay. Hey, I'm Danielle.
How you doing, Danielle?
I'm good. I just want to say, so the mom, I think, really knew or knows everything. And she ran a dog grooming business. And if you go to the dog grooming business Facebook page, the boyfriend commented on it with the dog's name. The dog's name is Sailor. And after he got arrested, she changed her Facebook name to the dog's name, Sailor. So now the mom's Facebook name is Sailor. So it's like she definitely knew, because why would you still be supporting him and using y'all's dog's name as your now Facebook name? It's really messed up to me. She knows.
What was it?
And
I remember typing it in yesterday, and I brought it up on stream, her name, but it looks like it's gone.
She might have deactivated, but right after he was arrested, she changed her Facebook name. It was Sailor something.
Sailor Coda?
But yes, and that was his dog's name, was Sailor.
Yeah.
It's when on her dog grooming or dog babysitting Facebook page that was up before he got arrested, he made a post on there, and he was like, "Oh, she's so good with my dog Sailor." Spelled the exact same way. And then after he got arrested, she changed her Facebook name to the dog's name. So she's that to me just screams like she's supporting him and backing him, and she was aware of what was happening with her daughter, and that is a sick person. And I'm very looking forward to her getting arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. I just wanted to say that. I don't know if it was out there if a lot of people knew that, but it's Sailor Coda, Saylor or LAR. I can't remember how they was spelled, but that was his dog's name.
Oh yeah,
she changed her
screen yesterday when I was live. I pulled it up and had it full screen, the page, but it looks like it's gone now as I tried to do it again.
She probably deactivated. People probably were catching one of that or something. she's a sick person. But that was all. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in.
Here it is. I mean, there's a screenshot of it, Sailor Coda. That's the exact one we had pulled up yesterday.
Yeah, well, that's the dog's name, too. That was his dog's name.
This one it says.
I'm going to try to send you. I have screenshots of that, of his post on her dog babysitting or dog grooming site that she had. And I have screenshots of where he made a post saying how great she is with her dogs, with his dog Sailor, and then the exact same name spelled the same. I'm gonna try to send those to you so you can have the screenshots of that, because I think that's all gone too.
Absolutely.
But I have the screenshots of it, and I'll send them to you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna read this too, because it looks like a family. It says this post is from a family member. Hear me out. So they posted as anonymous. Let me see. All my friends. Hold on. Let me make sure they're not saying that this post that they're displaying over here is anonymous. Anonymous participant.
I got the live pause. I'll have to go back and scroll back. I got a pause right now. I didn't want any echoing or anything, so I'll have to go back and see what on your live.
You're good. You're good. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a voice of the community. God bless you. Hey. Good phone call. If you want to call in just like her, 219-885-9693. The phone number is above you, below you, and I also say it as fast as I don't know every time. 626, you're in the mix. Talk to me.
All right.
How's it going?
How you doing? How you doing, T-REV?
How's it going?
Good, man. I'm just, we got to realize the real ones, you and all, the real ones. We call the real ones. We got to stand up for the kids. I mean, it's no way. I mean, through life, you always see telltale signs of the monster, but we look the other way. We make excuses for the monsters. I mean, in the olden days, they found a monster. What do? You run them out of town. You roast them. You throw rocks at them, whatever. But you get rid of them. And what we're doing, we got to realize we're in a war. We're in a war for our kids, man. I mean, I have daughters. I mean, and I never. I always wanted that they could communicate with me. They could talk and whatever. If I seen anything that was out of order or anything, you could best believe they was gonna get it. And all I'm saying is that I appreciate all the callers and everything and how we feel, but we got to realize this is a real war. I mean, and we can't take no prisoners. We got to get rid of the prisoners. We got to get rid of them. I mean, these people are not. They can't be rehabilitated. They don't want to be rehabilitated, and when they go to prison, they get worse. So, like you said, one strike and you out. And I mean, seriously, I mean, we got to stand up and be more forceful and more everything, more vigilant, forceful, and to see, that this is not tolerated. I mean, back in the old days, they didn't tolerate this nonsense.
Can I ask you something, brother? I got a question for you, and I love your energy and the passion that you're bringing to the table right now. But I want to ask you this, just because I want to know what brought you to my channel, one, and I want to tell you why I'm asking that. The analytics say that my channel is 82% women. Is it 82% of women that want change in here, and a lot of men don't want to change? And we're like, are we afraid to speak up and talk about this, or is it, what's going on? Because I'm so happy that you called in, and I'm hearing another man, and we do have men around here that call in and show love, and I know them by name. But what, you know what I mean? Like, what's going on? What is the issue? Is it that a lot of men don't want to speak up about these things that are going on and fight and help the fight? Because again, this channel, 82% women.
Yeah, you know what it is? What I think it is that people so sidetracked and they don't look. They don't pay attention to their kids. I mean, it's gotten to the point. It was a point. I mean, I'm a little older, so I remember when the village used to raise the kids. Okay, the village raised the kids. I mean, everyone looked out for everybody. But now the village is the problem. And what I'm saying is that until we as men say take hold and say this is not going to be tolerated anymore. I mean, if it was a true war with somebody, we would stand up. Every man would stand up, and they would do their part. Well, we are at war. We're at war with some monsters, some pedophiles. We're at war. And until we take this serious and we communicate amongst ourselves, I mean, I remember when I coming up, if we found somebody that was like a monster like that, we would whoop their ass, and we'd whoop their ass on sight. On sight, and it wasn't tolerated. And so that's what I'm saying. We as men have got to be the real ones, to stand up for truth and right, and just, I mean, the one truth, the innocence of the children, man. I mean, what is enough? That's all I'm saying.
Man, I had enough.
You
know, I'm enough's enough, and it's time to take a stand, and it's time to scream from the mountaintops and make some changes. We need law changes. It needs to be one strike. That's it. Like you said, we threw these motherfuckers out of town. They would get ran out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean they would not. They would not
move in with a U-Haul.
Now
we're moving these guys in. We used to run them off, and now we're moving them in. So yeah, you're right, 100%. I'm with you, brother. Keep going.
And like I always say this: if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It's a duck. So it's not hard to figure out these people, man. They wear disguises or whatever, but if you listen to a person talk and you watch their actions, they gonna tell on themselves. And so we just gotta, we as men, we gotta get together. We gotta really just say enough is enough, and we ain't gonna tolerate it no more. And I don't care if it's your brother, I don't care if it's whoever it is in your family or whatever, root those suckers out and get them and put their ass on a hot seat. And like I said, there's no rehabilitation of them, because once they get a taste of it, it's like a dog that get a taste of blood or whatever. They always got to have it. So all I'm saying is, we, the real ones, men, take hold of your village. Take hold of the village, and I promise you, and I guarantee you that things will change. So thank you for my time, man. And all I say is, I stand with you. I'm a real one, and anything you with, I'm down with. Thank you.
Hey, brother, look, beautiful phone call, man. The great words, compassion. I could tell you mean what you say. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. I'm looking forward to hearing from you again too.
Oh, you know you will, man. I called you once before, and my girl called you. I'm the one, the duck man, or whatever you call it. But I'm with you, man. I'll ride with you.
We got the ducks quacking tonight.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. All right, man.
Brother, God bless you and your wife. Thank y'all for y'all support. I appreciate both of you. Thank you, and we will continue screaming from these mountaintops. God bless. Good phone call. Really love the energy. Really love what he was saying, and he's right. We need to stand up more. 219-885-9693. Lines are wide open. Feeling the passion. 701, what's going on? You're live. 701, are you here with me? 816, you're in the mix. Talk to me. What's going on? Are you here with me?
T-REV?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you for that.
You're just an amazing person. I kind of have a little theory.
Let's hear it.
So, you know how people who lie, sometimes they give little sprinkles of the truth, or they kind of mention, little truths or whatever. The mother said, I feel like I can't breathe. Well, I feel like maybe Madelaine was strangled. I just have a feeling. I don't know. And then with that being said,
she also mentioned just freely, we haven't had a fight or gotten into an argument. Well, why, like, I don't know, why would she even say that? So I feel like maybe they did get into an argument over something or a fight, and maybe she strangled her. I don't know.
Man, that's hard to think of, ain't it? Yeah, I mean, and it's not impossible. It's not impossible. Again, we were looking at a story where somebody had, speculating like you, and I was able to connect and show them, hey, this has happened before, and that's not out the realm of possibility. Is it what happened here? We don't know. We're only speculating when we speak of these things. But here is some examples of, yes, this can happen. And it has before.
Right. Right.
Good theory, though. I think it's a good theory.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I just wanted to call and tell you how wonderful you are and give my thoughts on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for calling in and having the courage to do so, because some people don't have the courage to do so. They got to break that anxiety, that ice. I know how it is. Thank you so much. God bless you. Keep being a voice in the community. We appreciate you.
Thank you. God bless you.
You too. Shout out to her. Good thank her. I appreciate her. 219-885-9693. Let's keep it rolling. I see tons of wow. Thousands and thousands. Good. Thousands of calls. 330. You're on the show. Talk to us.
Hey, this is Crystal. So back to with the charges. I had put on there about the charges. I'm kind of going through something with my 3-month-old grandson was killed by a babysitter using fentanyl.
Oh my God! I read your comment in chat. Multiple. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, and so she's in jail right now, and it's a long process. But I went full on it, and I'm like, well, why isn't she being charged with manslaughter?
Mm-hmm.
And I want something done now. And they're like, the detective had stated that what happens is they throw the less charge in there so something sticks. And then after that, the prosecutor and that will pick it up. And then that's when they put, charges on, like, he got, what was that? It was endangerment with children. That's what she first got. And then now it's something manslaughter. But we were told that she would get less than 10 years, which is horrible.
So
is what we're dealing with now.
All right. So what you're telling me here essentially is that your grandson was killed, and that the person that is responsible for it is going to get slap on the wrist of 10 years.
Yes. They actually came to us and sat down with us and said, you guys need to think of sentence that you would feel comfortable with that's lesser than 10 years. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, because either A, she's going to walk free, or B, she's going to get something like a slap on the hand, and, that's it. So I still told them absolutely not. I refuse. I want her to get life in prison. My granddaughter, which is her brother that died, she's seen what happened, and she was 4 at the time, so she's seen it. And it's just traumatic. There's also charges. They're talking about charges with the mother too, because the mother knew that it was a friend was babysitting, and she knew that this girl was doing drugs. So yeah, it sucks, because you think like, oh well,
and they wonder why people, this makes me sad for you. They wonder why people in our country sometimes. I was reading a story that, this makes me tear up thinking about this shit, because I read a story the other day where a guy, his daughter was being molested, and he went and literally killed the dude because he didn't get a sentence you know, like I said, it's gonna make me emotional thinking about it. But this guy, it's something that I would do. I'm not joking. So we're taking justice into our own hands now because people aren't getting the punishment that they deserve. Am I saying that it's right? No, I'm not saying that it's right. But this man went and killed the dude that literally did exactly what we talk about here and have discussed here. And what this man did to her, he went and actually took his life, beat him to death, hit him with a shovel. When I read that story, it just made me bust out in tears because that's how I would rage. If somebody did that.
Yeah, well, don't think that I'm not, that hasn't come across my mind. I'll be honest. That's the first thing that came across my mind is that if she gets to just walk free, like, how dare her? She has children. My grandson was only 3 months old. He wasn't even talking. He had no choice in any of this. And for them, it feels like that they are basically putting a number over his head, like he's not worth anything. And it's unfair. And I feel like, if we don't speak up and we don't demand, like, they're not going to do anything. I feel like they're not doing anything. They almost let her go. And thank goodness that the judge had said something. She's like, well, what is she in here for? And the prosecutor was a new prosecutor, I guess, or something. And she's like, oh, well, it was child endangerment. And I stood up right away and was like, no. And then she looked through it again. She's like, oh, I'm sorry. It was a fentanyl overdose. Like, yeah, get it right. I mean, this wasn't just some accidental thing. You obviously knew what you were doing. You're sitting there doing it around a child, So I feel like, it should be an eye for an eye. There shouldn't be any slap on the hand when it comes to something like that. But I feel like they're not going to do anything to this guy. It's just going to be the same old song and dance. So,
it's like, what can we do? What can we do to change that around? Obviously, law changes, right? So
yeah, and that's what I don't know nothing about that. Mm-hmm. And I was really wanting to do something about that, especially in what's going on in my case. I feel like, if you have a child, regardless if it's yours or not, and, this child dies in your care, you should be, if it's something like this, you should be charged. So I think that that's the number one step is we need changes in the laws. And I think after that, and make example of people. Make example of them. Like something like this, like I feel like she needs to be an example of this. Like, you do this is what you're going to get. Mm-hmm. And as far as Maddie, I think it's horrible, but I really have to say that I believe that the mother knew something. She knew something. There's no way that you wouldn't know that your child is being harmed. And when they brought that up about her being harmed, sexually abused, and it was, going on since 2011.
Yeah, like Jessica Parks said, say your name. Fuck it. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
Say
yeah. Right. There's no way that little girl, Maddie, did not go to her mom and say, he's touching me. There's no way. So
that's what I've been saying for days. I'm like, no signs. Well, you're going to tell me there was no signs. If my grandmother can tell that there's signs from another state when I go to visit there in the summertime, then you're going to tell me that somebody in this household did not notice something was completely off?
Yeah. And it's sickening. It's sickening. And I believe that she needs to be right where he is. And it don't need to be child endangerment charges. She knew, so she needs to go right with him. There should be no pass go.
Yeah, no pass go. You do not get paid.
Exactly. Because, you got to be harder on these type of people. Like the guy that called before, these type of people don't change. When do you ever see those type of people that abuse children change? They don't. They come out in a matter of months, maybe a couple years, give or take, and they end up doing it again. So I don't know. She had to have known, and I think she needs to just be right where he is. I don't think that there is no, oh, I feel sorry for her. No, you could tell she was lying. 100% you could tell she was lying. So,
and then and it was a good point that a panel brought up earlier when they were talking about her mannerisms. They said when the news interviewer mentioned detectives, she started shaking her leg.
Yeah. She now I know that because like when I get like really nervous, that's what I do. I shake my leg. And it's without even noticing that I do it, but like my leg just shakes like that. Or if my anxiety gets too high, I get sick. I'll start throwing up. So yeah, that's where when I seen that, I was like, and look, notice how she kept on looking up when like she had to, it was kind of like oh, well, I got to say this. So, I can't look at him because then he'll know I'm lying type of thing. She kept on looking up to the ceiling like she was reading something on the ceiling. It was, you could tell. So
it's true.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad that we have to worry about our children. It's not like, I'm 43, so it's not like back in the day where you could run around with the street lights on. That was your time to come home.
Yeah.
You didn't have to worry about that. Now you got to worry about who mommy or daddy brings home. And that's horrible. So with that being said, I think that we should all start making change, and everybody, if there's enough people and we can make that change, I think that we'd have a better outcome.
Oh yeah, there's definitely enough people.
Do it.
There's enough people. You just gotta. It's everybody getting on the same page.
Yeah, and let me tell you something about the CPS. When I was heard about that, so listen to this. Before the mother of my grandson, before she got pregnant with him, we had my granddaughter, and we heard that she had CPS on her, but she told us that she didn't. So she brought her over, and because she got arrested. So she's like, I need you to keep her for a couple months. But she told us that she had to go into treatment for drugs. And we're like, okay, yeah, we'll keep her. She's like, I'll be out. Well, in the meantime of all that, DSB got a hold of us, and they were freaking out because she was there and they didn't run a background check. I'm like, you don't need one. I'm the grandma. So things went on, and we kept on warning and telling CPS that things weren't right, that the mother was lying about things. She even lied about being around the father. She wasn't supposed to be court ordered, but she was. And all this stuff came out after my grandson passed away. But in the meantime, we were telling him all this. And I told him, I was like, you're not doing your job. Like, you're not doing your job. If you can't protect my granddaughter, what else can I do? Like, so my husband got on there, and he was talking to the guardian litem, which they're volunteers. And he was like, the Ronnie Wright Project. And if you look it up, it's in Ohio. It's a little boy that they try to get out of a situation with, I think, a stepfather. And he ultimately ended up dying. Well, that was my husband's ex's family. So he brought that up. And he's like, let me tell you something. If my granddaughter dies, I'm coming after you. And then a year later, not even a year later, my grandson comes along and he ends up dying. Yeah. And they refused to talk to us after we told them that they're not doing their job. And if something was to happen, we're coming after them. They said, we're no longer talking to you. That was CPS.
That's crazy.
So,
that's crazy.
Ain't that?
I mean, it's
Like, what
CPS
is
doesn't. They don't. I don't know. Like I said, I've seen them fail so many different families with problems being brought to attention. It's like, damn, should you skip past CPS and just go to the police at this point? Because they're not doing shit. So it's like you should go to the police and see if they can take them out. If you need them taken out of household or need something done, because CPS is. They'll go back. They'll go to the residence maybe 2 days later, sometimes the next day. But by the time they get there, everything's cleaned up and concealed. So it's like, what is the point of having this system here that is failing now? It does work in some cases, but it fails in a lot of other cases. So it needs to strengthen.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I do understand that there is a lot of cases they take on, but that, they can easily fix that if they get enough people, get more people in there. But if you're just doing that and you're ignoring the problem, then this is what's going to continue happening. And, I fostered a little boy and a little girl, and the little girl came up to me. She was 5 years old, and she told me just out of the blue that somebody touched her, and she named the person. And I was actually recording her doing a funny little thing, and I wanted to show her mom. Well, he brought this up, and I said something to the CPS worker, and they made me delete it. They would not leave until I deleted that video. They said we will not talk about this.
I'd have told them to kiss my ass. I'm saving this video.
Oh, well, yeah, I had a backup, but yeah. They're dirty. Yeah, they're dirty. So.
That's crazy.
But, all right, well, you have a great night, and finally I got to talk to you.
I'm glad you got through. I don't know how long you tried, but
God, an hour?
Well, thank you for calling in. Also, thank you for sharing your story. Again, I'm sorry what happened to your grandson. I hopefully, maybe you could send me some more information on that story and I can share it to the community tab where everybody in here or, people in here can see your story. And I don't mind sharing it on the community tab. I don't mind sharing nobody's story on the community tab. If anybody wants to share their story and have it or need some type of help, or there's something I can do in some type of way, whether it's a post, Twitter, I don't care. Just send me the story, attach an email, and let me know. And I will take your post it up on there, add my little bit into what I think about it, and share it with everybody else. I think that's important. That's how we start to try to make a difference in some type of way, which is putting the story out there, right? So again, thank you for sharing that. And I hope you have a good night. And keep me updated on your grandson. I'll be looking for a story from you.
I definitely will. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless you. I can't imagine what she's going through with her grandson. Losing a grandson, I can't imagine her pain. But at the same time, that hasn't happened, so I can't. But I can only imagine the emotion inside, right? 203 was going on live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm good. First, I want to say thank you for what you do. And I'm a newbie to the show, but I can already tell that you're a very special person.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you.
Thank you for those words.
So I'm probably going to upset some of your listeners right now because I just have a little bit of a different perspective
and that's okay.
on Maddie's mom. So first, I just want to start with, obviously
this is Maddie's mom.
No.
I was like, hold up.
Start with Maddie's mom. Yeah. I'm going to take myself off the speaker so you can hear me better. don't want to make that mistake again. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that, everybody's watched this video, and I'm like a true crime junkie, and I've watched several podcasters talk about this case so far. And I just think that there's so much speculation off of that video. And I know that her tone was very apathetic, I think is the word, like not, kind of just very flatlined.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that it was like within 24 hours of her daughter being missing. And, we know from like other cases that what we think is a normal reaction is not always the case. So a few things I just wanted to also point out. The whole stepfather, partner, boyfriend. I've been in relationships with, my significant other having children. And when you get to the long term, and it wasn't even my doing, it was the children's doing. Like, it was just easier sometimes to just introduce me as their stepmom, even though I was not married to their father. So I kind of see both sides of why it goes from partner, boyfriend, stepfather. I just don't think that that's enough I don't think that's a collaboration of a story. I think that's just something people do. Another thing is I really think that for him to get on national TV and try and convince the world that he had nothing to do with this and he was missing Maddie and how sad and sappy he was about it just goes to show you he's like a narcissist, and he's obviously been living a double life, and he's been fooling her family, because it's not just her. She's got family support around her. She's got siblings. There's other people involved. She's not alone in this. And I know in a lot of other cases, people get isolated and they don't have family backing them up, and there's other reasons they choose to stay in bad relationships.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like this woman worked. I think from what I can tell, she was like the financial supporter. And her not going to Maddie's, first of all, from the pictures I see, it looks like there was 2 birthdays. It looks like they celebrated her birthday on her birthday. Her clothes are different in the pictures. And then they celebrated with family on Sunday. Well, Sunday's kind of like a family celebration day, but this woman could have been, maybe she couldn't afford to take that day off. Maybe that was like a time and a half day. Who knows? Once again, I just don't think it's enough I feel like everybody's convicting her already. And and here's my other thought. They haven't obviously, made any other charges yet. And maybe that's because the mother doesn't know anything, and they have to get him for every possible thing
Mm-hmm.
that they can nail him with to give him the highest sentence on this. And one of the things that also concerned me is that the mother had mentioned autism. So maybe that needs to be reviewed, and maybe that's another charge if they can prove she was on the spectrum. So many things could be going on. And I just think, I know it makes the story look a little bit more salacious if the mom is involved. I'm just not so convinced that we need to prosecute. She's just don't know that we're there yet with her. And I hope I'm right. I hope she had nothing to do with it. And I hope this is all on him. And I hope that they nail him for all of this. Maddie didn't deserve this. Her family didn't deserve this. Nobody deserved this.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think that I'm just not on board with the fact yet that the mom has anything to do with it. And I want to be right on this.
Yeah, no, I respect that 100%. I'm glad you're saying what you feel. And I'm glad people can call up and say, hey, I really don't think this mom's, involved. That's good to hear that people are on her side too, and not just saying the nervousness and things that they're seeing within the video. Personally, I think otherwise, allegedly, right? But at the same time, I could be absolutely wrong. I have been wrong before. But you're making great points though, as far as convicting her and stuff like that. I got to see the evidence first before I could go ahead and just convict her. I need to see
Absolutely.
I need to see that paperwork. I need to see what linked her. Is the evidence strong? Did she really? I mean, was she? You know what I mean? Those are the type of things that I look for personally. Now, just based off of the reflection of the videos, I personally see something that's wrong here. It's her comforting him as if he lost somebody, right? Like as if he lost his daughter, or that's where the disconnect comes in with me, and why I would also the hugging him, him behind her cracking knuckles, and her being like looking nervous as hell. It's just something's there that is throwing me off, and that's why I feel that way, that I feel about her. But you're making great points. You need evidence to obviously convict somebody. We can't convict her in our minds without the evidence there in all reality.
Right. Well, and I'm not saying that her interview wasn't odd, but we don't know her personality. We don't know her on a daily basis. Like, we don't know if she's just, sort of an odd personality. Mm-hmm. And, she could be like, an introvert, and going on TV, like all of that happening in such a short time span. I can't even imagine, but I kind of just would like to put myself in like, okay, so this is happening to her as well. This is her daughter taken away, and to learn this news, and then to find out that, the person that she trusted was, the cause of her losing her child.
Right.
I can't even, I don't know what the right way to react is. I mean, we can all say in hindsight, but until we're in that position, I just don't know, without knowing her. And another thing that I want to say, because it just kind of disgusts me, but like that Disney coworker who claimed that, she knew what was happening, shame on her for, voicing that to other people. She should have gone right to, even if she went to the HR and like, listen, I heard this and I want to report it, or what should I do? Or go to the police station, or even after the fact, mm-hmm. even now, to like just be talking about it, and not like you need to talk about that to the police and let them do their job. Like, I just think that's, I don't know how much truth is behind that. But as far as he goes, another thing I really do think, Maddie was getting older, and maybe it was getting a little bit tougher for him to continue to do what he was doing. I also have concern that she could have been pregnant. And I really do think that her cause of death is going to be strangulation. And, maybe it wasn't intentional, because it sounded like he had like his perfect little world going on right there. I don't know that he intentionally meant to kill her. But I hope he goes to hell either way.
Yeah, same. Same. I mean, obviously, they said within a statement that was released that they believe that she was deceased in the vehicle. So we obviously know that he knew 100% that she was deceased. Point blank, period. He was seen going to the apartment with her body in the vehicle. Now, that part right there is so telling. What is taking so long for them to say, to put these charges?
No, but if the mother knows absolutely nothing, mm-hmm. they need to build a really solid case.
Yeah.
Because they don't have her as a witness if she doesn't know anything.
Right.
And, listen, we've all watched these court cases. She could get a lawyer, she could lawyer up, she could take a plea that she doesn't get any charges against her if she testifies against him. Like, we all know how that works. So the fact that it's taking a little bit longer makes me also wonder. The autism thing, I think, could also be at play, because that's a whole nother charge if they're special needs. I think that could be an issue.
I thought you said that I'm Maddie's mom.
No, I said
Actually, I don't remember what I said. I just said I had a different opinion about Maddie's mom.
No, it sounded like it though. It said it came through as I'm Maddie's mom. So
It's my Connecticut accent.
I was about to fall out the chair and start throwing the craziest questions. Probably not craziest, but I was just gonna.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Could you imagine that phone call? Well, I think time will tell, and we'll hear her side of the story.
Right.
But I would also like to say that, for Maddie's aunts, uncles, grandparents, father, like everybody that was a part of her life, like, I'm so sorry. And I don't, from the, everybody, I see a lot of comments about like, this is why I stayed single. I don't let anybody near my kids. And it's so sad to me because that's like an awful way to live too. Like, at some point, like, you have to live your life and you have to have a little bit of trust. And he did not have any history to raise a flag. So unfortunately, like, I feel like, unfortunately this could happen to anybody. Like he could have been, Maddie could have loved him. He could have been like playing this role of like the perfect stepfather. And then when the mother was in bed or, working, that's when the monster came out. Like we don't know, but I just think that if she was working nights and, they had opposite schedules and he was like the main caregiver of Maddie, that leaves a lot of time and, obviously things can happen. So I just don't know, listen, we see women all the time, like they get taken for hundreds and thousands of dollars from these men that they believe because they're good at what they do. And I just don't think that these pedophilias are any different. Like, I think that the guy went on national TV pretending to cry. Like, what does that say about him? Like, he obviously believes his own bullshit.
Right.
So, I just think that in itself, and he could have been doing the same thing with her, like, acting the same way, like completely devastated. And maybe he was overly affectionate, but, every mom wants their father figure to, as a divorced, person, like I want my kids to love the person in my life and I want him to love them back. So she could have just missed, she could have just missed the signs or, who knows? I don't know, but I'm just not ready to throw her under the bus yet.
And I respect that. I really do respect that all the way to the maximum. I really do. I respect every aspect. And I can sit and listen to somebody that I disagree with all the way through every point, no matter what, respectfully disagree. But at the same time, I respect your opinion of thinking, the way that you're thinking. I think it's wonderful to learn the thought process of everybody who is in here and who has different opinions, as somebody may turn away and be like, oh, well, this woman is crazy. Like, you know what I mean? It's not that. Like, we should all be able to sit down, have a conversation, and at the end of the day, still want the same thing. We want justice for Maddie. We want to push,
exactly.
We want justice for a lot of people. All the cases I cover, I know I want justice for every single victim that's out there. You know what I mean?
Of course. And,
corner of every victim out there from the jump.
Right. And I will accept, whatever the charges are, whatever, I will accept that. Will I be heartbroken all over again for this child? Absolutely. Because nobody should have to not trust, their birth mother or just the thought of her possibly knowing, to me is just, it makes her as bad as him, but I don't want to put that on a mother. I'm not ready to put it on a mother. You know what I mean?
I respect that stance so much. Yeah, absolutely. You want to give her the benefit of the doubt. And I'm with you on that as far as me being able to see what your point is. I definitely feel it. I see it. I can hear the emotion as you say it too. I know you're passionate about this just as well as all of us are. Your opinions and theories and thoughts are just as valid as the next person's, whether it's mine or the caller who called last or the caller before that. I appreciate you feeling like you could, because most people have anxiety when they call in and can't get out what they said. But I appreciate you being super clear about what you mean and your theories again and thoughts. Thank you for sharing those with us. We appreciate you.
You're so welcome, and I will continue watching. And I'm in your corner, rooting
God
for
bless
you.
you, man.
God
Thank you
bless
so
you
much.
too. Bye.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. Like I said, I appreciate all the opinions, even if it's something I don't agree with. I respectfully disagree with what her thoughts on mine, but then again, we could all be wrong. A lot of us could be wrong. 219-885-9693. I just wanted to put this up on the screen for a minute so we can remember who this is about. Because at the end of the day, Madeline lost her life. 682. Oh wow. 606. You're in the mix. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, this is Hot Mess from chat.
Hot mess. What's going on, hot mess?
All right, so I got a couple of things wrote down here. First of all, thank you so much for everything that you do. You are my favorite YouTuber creator to watch. You bring so much attention to all of these awful cases, and it's just getting worse and worse. Oh, and I'm a mama, so stuff like this is hard. So I've been replaying the interviews that the mom did.
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice, okay, so like when Stefan done his interview, he could not look directly at the interviewer, the reporter. He would always like look down and speak and then raise his head up after he got done speaking. She, a lot of the time, instead of looking at the reporter, she would like close her eyes. Now, you know where the affidavit states that it was like the date in 2022?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, August.
Okay.
August of
Yeah.
2022 on the affidavit.
Right. So I did see that they had been together for like 7 years, apparently.
Yes.
So then I got to thinking, what if he done an upgrade on his cell phone? You know what I'm saying? And that it could have possibly been happening even longer than that. You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness! Imagine that.
Yeah, well, that's what I got to thinking, because I was like, if they essentially went by the images and stuff that he found in his phone. I mean, who's to say if back in August of 22 he had just got a new phone? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And then another thing is like, okay, so the mom, I have absolutely tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, just because me being a mom, I cannot even fathom something like that. But it's like, so my dad died in 2018, and even though it's been several years, I can tell you that day verbatim. I can tell you that I was making cinnamon rolls. I dropped a pan of cinnamon rolls. I can tell you who called me. I recall everything about that day. And what I'm stuck on is, why does the mom have two completely different stories? When that affidavit came out, that really opened up a lot in my eyes for her, because I can see maybe the mess up by saying we in the news interview, but she basically said it, to the news interview, oh yeah, I had seen her last night before she went to bed. She came home from the party. And then she apparently told the news, not the news, the, law enforcement, that she had seen her getting up and getting ready for work that morning, or for school that morning. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So if you didn't have any, I don't want to say this, allegedly, if you didn't have any kind of guilt, maybe, right, or you've done something wrong, what would the purpose be in lying, right? Why do people lie?
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
it's a great question. There's no
'Cause
need
I
for it.
mean, do what?
No, I said there's no need for it.
No, and that's, the last few days, I'm just like, and I mean, I know she's probably got a lot of backlash on Facebook and deleting her Facebook,
Right.
but I mean, even in her interview, like I've gone back and watched that interview probably 5 different times. It's like each time I do, I see something that I didn't see before, like as far as analyzing it. And it was like she wasn't even speaking out to Maddie. You know what I'm saying? And then she was like, well, they took the search dogs, but they're not going to find anything there. I don't know. I mean, it's iffy. I mean, it really, really is. And it's sad because this little girl, she didn't get to do anything in life. She didn't get to live her life. She's not going to have babies of her own. I mean, I don't know. This has made me just absolutely sick.
It is a sickening case. Again, that's why I'm back here today. No charges put out again against this guy for the death of her, and not mom. Nobody's been charged yet. Of course, we know that there's going to be charges put against him for the simple fact that they were able to see her body in the vehicle at some point with him getting out of it. So we know that.
So think about it. And this is another thing that I thought about last night. So when Audrey Cunningham, McDougal, they arrested him on that other charge because they needed to hold him in there for something, right? Well, literally from that moment that they recovered Audrey, well, I don't think it was from that moment. I think it was like the next day. They issued charges on him for capital murder. So, I mean, he's in there on these charges. He's obviously not, he doesn't have a bond. So, there's been time now that her body has been recovered to, I mean, I would think to do charges.
We'll see.
I don't know. It's just,
we'll see. We'll see. I don't. Again, I think that right now they're building a case to nab both allegedly. I don't know that to be true. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is absolutely not true. But what is taking so long again tomorrow? Well, we're coming up on tomorrow right now. It's about to be day 7. Nothing.
And that's the thing. Okay, so with McDougal, they knew. They said, they know that there's no one else that was involved. The kids in the community, they are not at risk or anything like that, right? That was the day after they found her body, or the day they found her body in that press conference. So, I mean, what makes me wonder is, especially now where they're saying, hey, there are 2 conflicting stories here, is that they are, I mean, I do. I think something's coming down as far as another arrest being made. I do personally. That's how I feel.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts, opinions, and theories with us. We appreciate you. I can't wait to hear from you again, especially when new information comes out. When I'm able to go over the PCA, when I'm able to read all the documentation to you all. I can't wait.
You are awesome. I mean,
thinks.
I absolutely love this channel. I started watching you back when Idaho 4, and you are absolutely awesome at this. And you give a huge voice to those. You put attention on these kids that are missing and these people that are missing. And you just don't know what that means to have that outlet, that there is someone that is advocating for all of those. So, yeah, you're awesome. I love you. Love the Rose Gang. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
Thank you so much. God bless you, man. Lock your doors, stay safe, and remember to be vigilant. Good phone call. I appreciate her calling in. Just as well as I appreciate the next person that's going to call in. 219-885-9693. 469. What's on your mind?
Hey, T-REV. This is Shannon. I was wondering, I didn't catch your whole live. Maybe you've already talked about it, but they seem to lower these charges so much on cases like this. Have y'all discussed that and I didn't hear it yet? Or if not, what do you think about that?
I hate that.
Yeah.
I cannot stand that. That's the problem, is that, there's too many slaps on wrists given out here. We're slapping too many wrists and letting people manipulate the system that is set in place for our freedom, right? That is what is really going on out here. We are giving people an excuse, and only they're getting probation or house arrest for a certain amount of time, and they think that is.
Oh, gosh,
I mean, of course, this is murder. You're not going to get house arrest for murder. But in general, what I'm saying is, when it comes to somebody doing what Stephen Stearns did to Madeline Soto without the death being involved, these people are getting little itty bits of time. And then I look at other states that have it right and are nabbing these bastards and putting them in for life. For instance, I seen a case in Virginia, where I'm from, compared to a case, let's say, as far as Texas, where somebody got life for the same exact thing, but in the state of Virginia, they got 5 years and are going to be able to get back out and keep ruining families.
Well, I'm in Texas, and I have seen so much failure, like with CPS, and I've been making notes in the comments saying they go hard on soft crime and soft on hard crime, and CPS gets the parents who didn't really do anything wrong and drags them through hell, and the parents who suck don't get taken care of or gotten straight. And I've seen kids that I've known that my daughter went to school with get I'm kind of lying. It was my daughter got assaulted in the hallway at school, and that stuff got reduced to lewd conduct. I told you about it last time I called, when it was about Audrey, how that happened. And it was a lot more than lewd conduct. Thank God it wasn't rape, but he was a senior. She was a freshman. And it's when I was telling you how his parents had to get him another house and register him as a sex offender. He couldn't be around the nieces and nephews. And it ended up, after a process, being lewd conduct. And I'm just wondering what they're going to do in this situation. And, I know I haven't seen the stuff on the mom, and I felt bad going hard on Audrey's mom, but I'm probably doing it again, because I'm looking at this mom thinking she was apathetic about the whole situation. I don't think she was abused into being quiet about it. I don't think she was on drugs. I don't think she's weird. I think she was apathetic. I don't think she cared. And so, I don't know. I should shut up and wait till I see what evidence they have on her. But that's what I think so far. And I just have no mercy. I think she should be treated just like him. And I've seen situations where, like I was telling you in the comments, trying to say a marijuana charge will land people in trouble for longer than assaulting a child. I don't know about where y'all are, but I'm in Texas, and that's what it's like here. And I've seen cases of I got called for jury duty, and the guy got it was a situation with a child, and he got the same kind of trouble. Well, after they reduced the charges and minimized it all, he got the same kind of trouble that people who get marijuana charges get. It just blows me away.
It doesn't make sense. I'll tell you that much. It doesn't make sense whatsoever. They just don't. Again, this is the best. I guess this is the best phrase you could put it. That's a great one. They're giving hard sentences to soft crime and soft sentences to hard crime. Great words, Patsy Cline. Great words. Because that's the truth. That's the truth. That's exactly what's going on. Just like she just explained about the marijuana and people doing.
That's what I was saying.
It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So I just was wondering if there was more that
I haven't heard in discussion. Like, what have your other callers said? Are their thoughts on that?
But we talked about that a lot today, actually.
Yeah, I missed a lot today. I guess I'll go back and rewatch, but that's what I'm most concerned about in this case is them getting off easy.
Yeah, no, I don't think.
Not just them, but all those people who do this to kids.
I don't think that he'll get off at all. Now, we'll see what comes out about mom. We'll go from what comes out about mom after that. Again, like as of now, a lot of us think mom is sus, and obviously some of us think she is involved, but at the same time, and that's all allegedly, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true, just going based off the things that we've seen. But in order for us to really say, okay, she was involved with this, there has to be evidence to show that. I can't blindly just throw her into a jail and want to drop the hammer on her, and without that evidence. Now I could tell you what
I think she was apathetic about it. Not that, I mean, maybe she didn't participate, but how could she not know?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And this is part of true crime. What we're doing right now, what we're talking about, and people just don't realize that this hysteria this stuff we're doing right now, which I call hysteria, is straight up part of true crime. It is what it is. We're going to talk about certain things. You may hear about scenarios here that may trigger you, that the caller may bring up or myself may bring up. And it's just it's the conversations that need to happen. I feel like it's the conversations that some people are scared to have.
I saw a comment a lady made, said that a lot of people are healing from this. And I'd been thinking this triggers a lot of negativity and, situations that have really upset me that I've known about throughout my lifetime. But on the other hand, it also, I can see where it is healing because it brings it up. It makes us think about it and digest it. Even if we thought we put it on the back burner and got over it or forgot it or whatever. I mean, like, it tore me up when you said that you asked your grandma if you had AIDS. There was somebody who once asked me or told me that she thought she had a sex disease. And right then I knew, just like your grandma, no, something's not right here. Why, honey, why do you think that? And that's how it opened up. And so I do think it's real healthy to have these discussions. And I also think that some healing comes from it because you grieve for these situations, but then also you could feel good that there's, enlightenment or, there's light being shed on the subject and people's eyes being opened, and maybe hopefully somebody's going to think twice about something that they haven't wanted to face or heal from something, knowing that other people have been through this. And, it's like addiction. Sometimes people think, oh, it's so shameful. There's so much stigma on it. And then they find out when they open up about it that there's one in almost every family. We all love one,
Absolutely.
So anyway, I hope that they don't let him off easy, and I hope that they don't let the mom off easy if she was apathetic about it. Not saying something. I guess if anybody's listening, I guess we all kind of concur that not saying something is just as bad as doing it, I think.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just trying to put out that people like this, for instance, this has been email. This has probably been one of the most email things today. This note that I have up here, and somebody asked who wrote that. Well, again, I just wrote in chat because I didn't want to talk over her. But in general, this picture is from the Pascal show, and allegedly this is the aunt's friend that said this. But I cannot confirm if this is the aunt's friend that said this until something comes out on document or from police and that's put out there. I mean, there's tons of people that can say I'm the aunt's friend, I'm mom's friend, I'm this person's friend, but we need something in stone evidence wise. You know what I mean? We need something that is showing, okay, what some of these people are coming out and saying is true. It's not to say that I don't believe that this is true, I'm saying that right now, as a person who is looking at this crime to try to, and as we all want justice for Madeline Soto, as I see things like this is something that I throw into the folder as speculation until confirmed otherwise. Point blank, period.
And I think that guy, Ricky, that called in, I think he incriminated himself in a big, big way. And I'm also wondering if they've found that the guy's phone had stuff back from 2022. I wonder if they might ought to search around for a previous phone that dated back before 2022. Because I saw one of the comments said that they had been together for 7 years. I don't know if that's true, but I bet you he's been grooming that girl and doing things, Madeline, and doing things to her since the beginning. I think he started as soon as they met. From cases that I've seen and people who have done things like that, it seems like they know from the beginning what they're going to do. And so I wonder what his old phone has on it.
We'll see. We'll see what it ends up having on it. Hopefully it ain't I don't know. We already know some of the bad stuff that was on there because it was in the PCA. So I mean, anything else after that, I'm actually not going to be surprised about. But what I would be surprised about is if mom knew what was happening to her. That's what I will be surprised about. Like happening to her as far as the sexual abuse. Now, I think would say I'd be surprised just for the simple fact that I just don't want to picture a mom knowing something like that. So, to say that she did, I'm not going to say that she didn't know that she was passed away, allegedly again. But for me to go out there and say that she knew about this sexual abuse, I don't know. It's just hard for me to fathom. And it's hard to stomach.
Yeah, it is. But I think she did. I just think that women have strong intuition. Mothers have strong mothers' intuitions. Anybody who tunes into their senses, and I see all these people, it's kind of making me sick. Everybody wanting to make excuses for her. I'm not buying it. I mean, I'm not trying to be hard. Maybe I am. And I'll be like, God, I was such a bitch, in the long run, if I find out I'm wrong. But I feel like women know things. I mean, man, when something's wrong with your kid, you know it. That's how I feel. But, I mean, I know every mom's different, and maybe she was preoccupied. I don't know, but I don't see how she could be that preoccupied with a second income and only one child to take care of, not a little bitty one either. So, how does she not know? But, yeah, people leaving their kids alone with their boyfriends at night, that's another topic that just, I feel like I hope people are paying attention to here. Like, that's not cool. Even if you think you know them, even if you're married to them, I don't think it's a good idea. Because also, like I said last time during the Audrey case, when children think their mothers need somebody, they're less likely to say something. So they don't have to be threatened if they're worried about what mom needs. So that's like during Audrey, I said, we got to be careful what we tell our kids we need or we fear or whatever. I mean, we're so much more open with our kids now, and it kind of makes me think we need to step back to when parents were not so open with their children, where parents did shield their children from certain needs. And, instead of saying, I can't find any other babysitter, we got to have this one. Well, that's going to make the kid not talk. If mom's got to go to work and that's the only babysitter around, kid's not going to say anything. It's a sad thing, but our children are very strong little people, and they are very protective over their parents. So that kind of thing can happen too. And I can't hear your buzzer when I'm talking to you because I ain't listening. So if I'm going over, I'm sorry.
No, I stopped with the buzzer. I just stopped with it. I was like, hold on, let me just jump into conversation because I feel like I get into these deep conversations and then, I hate I hate cutting people off on the phone and, talents. It's just part of my personality. I cannot stand when I have to cut someone off. I feel bad afterwards. It's like, damn, I just cut somebody off from really getting their voice out there and putting and things being heard. And that's how I look upon it. Like upon every call when I have to cut someone off and tell them that. So I just left that timer out of the way because it just keeps getting to me every time that I have to continue to cut someone off or say, you know what I mean? Like it's just somebody will be into a good story. And it's like I ruined the story by cutting it off with the timer. And I know some people are like, well, this person was on the phone for that long and that and this, that, and the third. But sometimes it's important to let people vent and get out what they think and their thoughts all the way the fullest, because sometimes people can't do that within 4 to 5 minutes. And I understand that because there's so much to talk about. There's so much.
Well, the 3 times that I've called, my common thing in the 3 calls that I've made since I've been watching you for well over a year now is that I feel like I have to speak up for anybody who's listening, for any kids who are going through these kind of Audrey and Madeline situations. As a mom, and I was block mom. All the kids came to my house. I told you that last time. I didn't let my girls go places. I'd rather have them here. And I feel like every time I call, it's like I see things that I wish people would, I want to make sure people hear, like these things, like I'm saying, like when you tell, like with my mom telling me, this is the only babysitter I can find for you. That made me refuse. Mom was happy. Mom needed that babysitter. I wasn't going to say nothing. And other situations of, mom needs that boyfriend and I'm not going to say anything, or mom's too stressed out. I'm not going to say anything. We got to remember we're the parent and we can be friends with them all day long, but we got to be more than 50% parent first. And that means there are some things, that we need, or some, situations we get in that we don't need to tell our kids about, because I learned that through trial and error and through watching other situations. And I think it's a real important thing for the audience to know. It was an important thing for me to learn. And I think we need to be careful what we tell our kids, because if these children think we don't have any other option, then what are they going to do? Even if we don't have another option, we don't always need to tell them that.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well, I'll let somebody else call in with a good point.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you. Thank you again for being a voice in the community. And make sure you stay vigilant. If you go anywhere, make sure you, lock your doors when you get back. God bless you, ma'am.
Thank you. God bless you, T-REV. Bye-bye.
Love and light. Good phone call. Good phone call. Good phone call. I think I may have to wrap it up, though. I might have to go get something to eat. Maybe I do come back on the second channel. I don't know. But I appreciate everybody who came by, called in, showed love, commenting in chat. Thank you guys. Thank you all the callers. I can't wait to see what comes out, because it's just like I'm on the edge of my seat with this affidavit. Nothing has came out as far as an arrest to the murder of Madeline Soto. We know that she just didn't pass away and they went and tried to conceal her passing away. We know that. Again, love and light. Make sure you comment on the video. I'm about to end it here in a second. So when I end it, make sure you comment down below your thoughts under this video. Also, I know you guys are commenting in chat, but what I mean by that is when I hit end stream, it'll let you comment under the videos. Comment under the video what your thoughts are. You know how we end it. Thank you guys. I love you all. I appreciate the love and support from every single one of you. Whether you were commenting, whether you sent the super chat, whether you did anything, I appreciate the support behind the message. And thank you all for sharing your stories.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Blood. Dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage, when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rev gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look, it's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss, and you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a teen, and now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it, I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Again, Voice for the Voiceless dropping summer, this summer. I don't know when this summer, but that is off the album, The Voice for the Voiceless, that will be dropping this summer. It is called Dear Jesus. When I say we need to make change, we need to make change, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fact. Again, maybe I'll run it one more time and then let it in, because people need to hear this shit. So the fact that people needed to hear it, I started putting it in an art form that I love, a passion that I have, which is music. It's therapy. Again, it's called Dear Jesus, and it's a message not only about the thoughts of my heart, but the thoughts of a lot of other people that feel the exact same way.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Blood. Dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage, when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rev gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life for sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look, it's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team. And now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These pastors should really be burning in hell. At least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life for sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
You gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People could've lived. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care. Rev Gang family, I'm out.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be
by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.